now watching I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times!
What's going on, horror fanatics? Welcome to I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel. Welcome to episode 13 of the podcast. Welcome to Twin Peaks Thursdays. Over the course of the next few weeks, we are going to be delving into the world of David Lynch and his hit show from the 90s, Twin Peaks. I was put onto this show by one of my special guests tonight. I will bring her in here in a quick second, but I really like this show. I am now actually on the last season, about the second to last episode. I really like it. I gravitated towards it. I think it has a mixture of everything, and I think this is going to be an interesting watch if you have not ever caught notice of this show and never tended to watch it. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited to be here with you guys. If you haven't done so already, definitely shoot that like button. It definitely helps out the stream a ton. As well as if you happen to be a new viewer coming across the channel, shoot that like button, shoot that subscribe button, as well as that notification bell so you get all the latest content updates to the channel. I will, guys, you guys know how it goes. We're going to be watching the movie. And well, it basically is a movie, the first episode. It's a pilot. It's an hour and a half long. So we're going to be focused on the show. I will do my best to get to all you guys' comments. But if you have a burning question that you do want to ask about this show, let's stay on topic. Send in a super chat. I will do my best, and I will make sure that you guys get your questions answered. This is going to be a fun time. I have a feeling by the time we are done with this entire series, a lot of you are going to be left like, you know what? There were some things maybe that could have been a little bit better, but it's really good. Like, it's creative. It's really a creative show. I like all the aspects of this show that we are going to be watching. Twin Peaks season 1, episode 1. This is going to be really good. Now, we'll tell you guys this too. Take your time with it. It's a slow burn. It is a little bit of a slow burn. So don't be turned away by how certain episodes might be a little slower than others. However, either way, the storytelling is great, and there is some really good horror aspects as well as some action aspects in this show. I have a good feeling by the time we're done with this, a lot of us that participate every Thursday and watching these episodes are going to be left satisfied if you have never watched Twin Peaks. But all right, everybody. So without wasting any more time, I'm going to bring in my guest. She is an aficionado of the Twin Peaks series franchise. She is the one who put me onto this. I'm really excited to have her. I'm really excited to be going on this weeks of streaks with these episodes. So tonight we are going to just do one. It's an hour and a half long, like I said. And then the rest of the way, we're going to cover 2 episodes per week after this, being that each episode is like 45 minutes long. But without wasting any more time, let's get her in here. My good friend, Twin Peaks aficionado, Jamie Hart. Give me a second. This bad boy is being ridiculous. There we go. What's up, Jamie? How you doing tonight, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Sometimes I really wish I didn't have Fred Flintstone fingers, so when I press buttons, things would just move a lot faster. But hey, it is what it is. You know, I can't control everything in life, you know,
Right.
But I'm excited to be here with you tonight. I'm excited to, over the next course of the few weeks, we are going to be delving into the world of Twin Peaks. I am very grateful that you put me onto this show because I really like it. I really do. It's different. It's creative. It's weird. It's fun. And I think a lot of the viewers that are going to be participating with us here over the next few weeks, as well as our other guests who we have here backstage that I'm about to bring in, I definitely think a lot of people, if they never saw this, by the end of it, they're going to be like, you know what? It was good. It's something different. You know, like I said, it has a little bit of everything. And I'm just excited to delve deep into the mind and the world that David Lynch created.
Yes, it's definitely one of my favorite shows of all time. Probably is my favorite show of all time. And I just can't get enough David Lynch. So I'm excited.
Yeah, he's definitely a very interesting cat, but I like him in that regard because he's not afraid to get weird with it, you know? Get a little funky, get a little creative. And that's why I think I gravitated so much to this show because he does that. Even if there are some little plot holes, because that's how it's always going to be, with movies or TV. But even with the little plot holes, he just does such a good job of creating atmospheres, but also creating different storylines with different ramifications. It could be horror ramifications, it could be action, it could be espionage, whatever. Like, he does a great job of mixing everything into one beautiful series, in my opinion. So I'm really excited to delve into it. And our next guest is a really good friend here of mine on the channel. We are actually starting our own podcast together, Horror Hooligans. Still be on the lookout for that. We will be coming out with that soon. And this is going to be his first time watch. So guys, if you're in the chat and you have watched Twin Peaks, do me a solid. No spoilers, please. He has never watched Twin Peaks. Me and Jamie are trying to get him put on and hip to the Twin Peaks series. So without wasting any more time, my good friend Destin from Destination Station. What's up, my friend?
You're muted.
You're muted, Destin.
I'm double muted. What's up, y'all? This is about the like establishment Twin Peaks, right? Like how it became a thing?
Establishment?
Like the restaurant?
No.
No.
All right, I don't want to watch it now. I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, they're stuck like, wait, what? Like,
That's
I've
funny.
never heard.
I'm just kidding.
That was great.
My husband went to San Antonio and he sends me this picture of this restaurant at Twin Peaks. And I'm like, oh my God, what is that based on the movie? Is that based on the show? What's going on? He's like, no, they're bikers in here or something. I'm like, what?
Yeah. We have like a few of them here in Dallas. And actually, whenever I first moved here, I made a stupid mistake and took my wife and my daughter and my little boy inside. I just thought it was a place to get some burgers.
That's more like Hooters.
Yeah, and we immediately walked out, and I was like, my face went like red. I was like, no, didn't mean for this. Let's go, kids.
I haven't seen even what those girls wear in Twin Peaks, but I imagine it's probably a lot worse than Hooters. So
yeah, it's a little bit worse than Hooters.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody, before we start, I do want to acknowledge the audience in the chat. Say what's up to everybody before we get started. If you are going to be participating and watching along with us, if you happen to do get behind, if you have a site that you're watching it on that has ads, I'm watching it on Paramount Plus. You can stream it on there if you have Paramount Plus. But if you end up getting behind or need a timestamp, just let us know and we will provide a timestamp for you. What's up, Polar? How you doing tonight? Hope you're having a great night, Polar. Hey, what's up, Katie? Hope you're having a great night as well.
Do you know if the version that you chose has a Log Lady intro to it?
A Log Lady intro?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Not from what I'm seeing. Like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I haven't even. Have we hit it? Have we hit play yet?
No, but like I can see like the visual, like before you press, it already has the visual up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I haven't pressed play or anything yet. I was just trying to figure out which one I'm supposed to watch because one of them has a Log Lady intro, and I'll be behind if I. Let me just see what this does.
Yeah, this is just says season 1, episode 1 pilot. It's a hour and
34 minutes.
Okay,
Yep.
This is gonna play I'm playing the Log Lady intro, and as soon as it's over, I'll pause it because I guess I have no choice but to watch this.
Oh, okay, yeah, because she has a different intro than we're gonna have. Okay, so yeah, just let us know, pause it, and then we're gonna start everything on our end. But yeah, like I said, I'm excited. For you to get into this, Destin. I think you'll like the weirdness. I really do, man. Because we talk about being different and being creative all the time, and one thing that this show definitely is, it is different, man. Like some of the stuff that they did is just like, where did you think of this at? You know what I mean? Like, but when you get to the third season, you'll understand it a lot more, at least I think, in my opinion, in terms of what we're dealing with here, if you don't catch on to it by the end of the first or the second season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've always been intrigued. Like I was definitely late to it, and I've heard about it, and then I'm the type that I get like overwhelmed if there's several seasons out. That I'm just like, man, that's a lot of hours. That's a lot. I
is.
don't even know if I want to get started on that. Like, so I'm like that with every show, but with hearing it from Jamie about Alan Wake in the game, and I'm a huge fan of that.
You're gonna recognize stuff immediately.
Okay, cool, because I mean that game lives in my head more than it should.
Yeah,
So
the game is so good.
it's so good,
Yeah,
and
man.
it for a horror game, and it's rated teen. Like it's just so well written and presented. Like the execution in that game is phenomenal. So if it's anything like that, I'm excited.
Sam Lake is a genius. I swear, he's the writer.
Telling you, I like I said, I just
I
feel
love
like in terms-
psychological things too, like twist and psychological.
Yeah, see, then you're gonna
mind-bending
like
stuff.
this.
Cool.
You're gonna like this.
You know what?
Like, it's good.
What I should have done was I should have read that Log Lady intro while it was going to you guys, because it does give a little bit of exposition and whatnot. Basically, I'll tell you what. Basically, what she said is that this is the path of the many leading to the one, and the one is Laura Palmer, basically. So
You'll realize real quickly who Laura Palmer is, Dustin. Don't worry.
I'm ready
Alright,
to go whenever you guys are.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. So everybody in the chat, let me know if you're ready to start the film or not. If not, I'll give you a little bit more time, and then we'll do like a 5-second countdown.
Denisha said Marcus is Twin Peaks only on Paramount. I think it's also on Amazon, right? Is the first season on Amazon?
I believe so. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yes. Yeah, because I don't want to give her my outer sights. That's just yeah. You know what I mean? And stuff like that's that's just for me to cheat.
He doesn't want to give away his secret weapons.
Well, it's not that. It's just, you know what I mean?
Any wrong move you got to know how to do it.
He doesn't want to inspire any questionable behavior.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well said, Jamie. Well said.
I like
yeah,
those
guys, just
headphones,
let me know
Jamie.
if you're ready, and we'll get the movie started.
They're
Are
my
those beats?
Yeah.
Are they worth it? The over the ear ones? I got like the ear, like the small ones or whatever, like the pros. But
I can't stand like earbuds because my ears are so small and they hurt.
Mine too.
These
like
ones
mine's
fit,
hurting right now.
These ones fit good and they sound incredible. If you're buying these for sound, it's totally worth it. But
is it like sweat and water resistant and stuff like that too? Like if I wanted to work out with them?
Yeah, but it's not like I can only wear them about maybe 3-4 hours before my ears start to hurt. But that could be just a Jamie thing. I don't know. Just because, my ears are so small and nothing really ever fits them. But these are the on the ear ones and they do seem to work pretty good and they sound incredible. The first thing I did when I got them was listen to Pink Floyd The Wall. And it was so good.
Wait, what kind of what kind of headphones or earbuds are these?
These are Beats.
The Beats, the over the ear
Beats.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apple just came out with some too, but they just kind of look. They're really expensive. I'm just like, I don't know if I can pull the trigger on that.
I got these on sale for $120.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, that's about as much as my Studio Beat Pros or whatever.
Yeah, my husband was like, yeah, go ahead. Because I was like, come on, they're $120. Let me do it. I was just going to buy cheapies, but I saw those and I was like, you know what? I feel like splurging today. So
yeah. Yeah. Like those buds that like sometimes they'll like fall out.
Yeah.
And I'm like to catch them. They're like bouncing around on the floor. I'm like, oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
All right. So you guys, all right. I'm assuming everybody in the chat is ready as well. So we're going to do a 5-second countdown and we're going to press play. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Play that son bitch.
Birdie. Is this it starting off?
Yes, it is. Don't let the score fool you, my friend.
Oh my God, this music is just.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I said it in my mind. I said as soon as we play the score in like the beginning of the show, I can only imagine Destin's gonna be like, what the fuck?
My son came out when I was watching it. He goes, holy crap, that's some serious music. I said, I know. I love it. It's good music. You got that video I sent you, right? Showing
Yes.
Badalamenti and how he came up with it.
Yes.
What a genius thing, right?
It is, especially for what it's basically meant to be, like a parody on soap operas.
Yeah.
It sounds very like it has that very soap opera sound, but it also has an atmospheric sound to it too.
I was also noticing when I was playing Alan Wake yesterday that the music in Alan Wake is extremely similar to Twin Peaks. It has that same feel. I like it.
And they have a really good cast. Like, man, like you got Kyle MacLachlan, you got what's his name, Dana Ashbrook.
Oh, God,
You got Laura from Flynn Boyle, Sherilyn Flynn, and all of them. Like,
yeah.
They got a really good cast. Miguel Ferreira, Peggy Lepton.
I love
Miguel Ferreira. What's my girl? Piper Perry, Everett McGill.
Piper Laurie, yeah. James Marshall.
Wendy Roby,
yeah.
Ray Weiss.
Isn't it crazy that they are married in this show, and then you look at people under
the stairs,
and they're married in that one?
Yep.
I wonder if you did that on purpose.
Oh, I think that was done on purpose too, because that came out after this.
Now I don't know about where you guys are, but I'm on the waterfall right now, and
I'm on the water stream.
Yeah.
I think I just passed the waterfall.
Okay, I might be a little bit behind you guys because I'm doing it on DVD.
If you need us to like pause for a couple seconds, Jamie, just let us know.
No, are you kidding me? I know this like
I know.
I just was gonna talk about when it starts up. I wanted to talk about the first shot, and
okay,
when it comes up.
And for those, who are watching this for the first time, especially if you're a new viewer to this channel and you do subscribe and you're watching this with us and you're like, wait a minute, Marcus, you got a horror channel. This don't seem like it's hard. Listen to me.
It's horror.
It has its horror elements for sure. And it's just a really weird way of presenting it.
Okay, so here, this shot with Joan Chen. This is the reason. This was his original idea. With Twin Peaks was a woman putting on red lipstick. That's how it started.
Oh,
seriously. I mean, that's how he comes up with his ideas.
Is this the same timeline with those two characters or those three characters?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't hesitate to ask questions or anything because I know a lot about the background and stuff too.
Oh, what's in his thermos?
Coffee.
Dang, you really do know.
Of course.
I was just going to ask like dumb random questions.
You know how you have to go collecting the coffee thermoses in Alan Wake?
What's up? What's up, Audrey? Real quick, Twin Peaks is basically it's about a multitude of things, but basically it's about a young woman who led a troubled life and she's murdered. And there's a huge story and mystery about how she was murdered and like certain circumstances leading up to it. It's so much just to even explain. What I will tell you is crack on Paramount Plus if you have Paramount Plus, or find a streaming service, Amazon, to put it on. We're on season 1, episode 1, the pilot episode. And if you need a timestamp, if you are interested in watching this with us, let me know. And I will tell you, just like I told everybody before you came in the stream, Audrey, don't let the overall setting fool you. This definitely does have its horror elements. Give it a shot.
Interesting that your name is Audrey, considering there's an Audrey character.
That is true.
Yeah.
Oh, who's this dispatcher lady or clerical? She looks so familiar.
That is Kimmy Robertson.
What was she on?
She was in Last American Virgin. I don't know about what else she was in, but
okay.
This is the show I know her from. and I know her from Last American Virgin and a couple other movies from the 80s. But
It's probably
she
some
is,
80s movie that I recognize her from, like a John Hughes or something.
yeah, she wasn't in a John Hughes though, but she was definitely in Last American Virgin. I think that's pretty.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, you should. It's good. It's really
Yeah,
good.
yeah, Audrey. So, Audrey, if you feel like you are too young to watch this, then don't crack it on because it definitely does have a lot of adult themes, especially as we get further in the seasons and stuff. So, if you are too young, you know what I mean? Yeah, Audrey, yeah, this ain't going to be the show for you.
Yeah, you shouldn't be watching this. It's not.
Yeah. But thank you for stopping in, though. I greatly appreciate it.
You know, Jamie, I might actually start playing some Alan Wake on my channel too. You know, just
Do it.
kind
I'll
of
watch. It's
do
fun.
like a walkthrough.
I love it. Oh, I've never noticed all the blood in the plastic before. Ugh. Have I seen this 1,000? Every time I watch it, I see something new.
Brutal. Like, just brutal.
Oh, I was gonna say, Des, I have Kimmy Robertson's autograph twice. I have it on my pilot script up there, and then I have it on a Twin Peaks Collector's Edition watch, which I think's awesome. And she's possibly distantly related to me.
Hey, what's going on, Gina? My
Hi,
Chunky
Gina.
Jordy saying I just popped in and say hi, everyone, and much love. It's almost 4 in the morning, and I'm going to sleep. Hey, I understand, Gina. Get some good rest, and I'll catch you in the next live stream.
Yeah, she lives over there in the UK.
Yep.
Oh, I know where I know the young lady from that we were talking about, the dispatcher. She was
Oh.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. She was the neighbor's wife.
Oh, was she in that? I forgot about that.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that in forever.
I know. I used to love that movie.
Oh, me too. I think I saw it at the theater when I was a kid. Might have been the drive-in though. So, as far as Cheryl Lee goes and Laura Palmer, she was only ever supposed to be a corpse in the show, and David Lynch just loved her energy and loved her look so much that he ends up creating a character for her later in the show, and also. That's why he makes Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, was because he wanted to see Laura walking and talking and moving. Because he was obsessed with
that was a good idea because you got to see more in depth from her story, from her POV.
Right. And if you read the book, Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, too, I mean, you get a lot more information from that, too, which I will do a reading of that so you can get some more information.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to be sending you that book, Marcus. I just got to get it in the mail.
I appreciate that.
I need a big enough box because it's kind of a big, heavy book. So.
Oh, there he is. Major Briggs.
Is that the mom from Sleepwalkers?
No. That is Alice Krieg from Sleepwalkers. This is Grace
he just said that, yeah.
No, I mean like not the I know Alice Krieg, but the girl's mom.
Oh, I don't remember. What?
Who, Laura's mom? You talking about the curly brown hair on the phone?
No, the blonde with the bangs.
Okay. I don't know if she might be. She definitely might be. She works a lot with David Lynch though. That is Diane Ladd's sister.
What's her name?
I can't think of it, but she is the one who was in Eraserhead as the girl in Eraserhead. Not the one stepping on the little worms singing the song, but the one who has the creature baby. David Lynch tends to use a lot of the same actors in his projects.
Hey, yeah, you're not lying, Gina. Gina's saying I have to say that season 2 of Nadine is hilarious. Yeah, you're not lying about that.
Yeah, I know. I love it. Poor Mike. And there's Audrey in her saddle shoes. So are you guys ahead of me or am I ahead of you?
I'm at 11:04, 11:05, 11:06.
Yeah, I don't have the
11:08,
numbers.
11:09, 10.
I
mean, you're like, I think you're just like a couple seconds behind me.
Yeah, probably. Like right now, Ben's talking in front of the fire.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yep.
You guys ever see the original West Side Story?
It's been a while, but I have watched it before.
That is Tony. That is Tony.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that again.
He's the head of the gang who falls in love with the girl. And
Okay, so I remember that aspect of it. I just gotta remember how, because it was a while because he was young then.
And Dr. Jacoby is the head of the Jets.
Oh, that's so weird.
I know.
Fucking Jacoby.
Oh God, I forgot about the Norwegians.
Oh yeah, the Norwegians, yep.
He's doing the King Kong. Oh, that's a young Ray Wise.
Oh yeah. And he is so incredibly good in this show.
Yes, he is.
I watched this show. This came out. It was Easter Sunday, 1990, April 8th, 1990. And I was in my bedroom sitting there with my Easter basket. So every time I see this, I can smell Easter candy. It's crazy.
What station did it come on?
CBS, I think.
CBS?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It could have been ABC because I get confused, but I think it was CBS because they still own the rights. So I think it was. But I could be wrong because it could have got sold. I don't know.
So is this a whodunit? In so many senses of the words, yes and no to a degree, but it definitely does have its whodunit elements to it.
Okay.
The Who
especially in this one and leading into the second one.
Right. The Who Killed Laura Palmer thing comes from Who Shot JR. They spent that whole summer with that whole Who Shot JR campaign, and it just inspired Lynch to do the Who Killed Laura Palmer thing. But that was never supposed to be solved because it was the goose laying the golden eggs, and they killed the goose because studios don't know crap. Oh, this is so sad every time I see it. I love Michael Onkeen.
Yeah, I was disappointed, what they did with his character in 3.
Yeah.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
I'm
We
not.
won't.
You ever seen Mystic River?
Once or twice.
And that's been a while for too.
The way that he finds out that his daughter's dead, like that scene always gets me.
Yeah.
Sean Penn.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking it was Kevin Bacon for some reason.
No, he was the detective.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Oh yeah, that's that girl from Sleepwalkers as well.
Yes. She plays Shelley Johnson.
Yeah. She's so purty.
Yes.
She's in Riverdale too.
Yes. I wanted to meet Dana Ashbrook so bad at Scarefest last year, and he canceled, and I was so upset. Me and Christian, we were both like, oh, this sucks. Because that was my whole reason for going. Well, at least at that time it was. Once I got there and realized what it was, I was like, oh, I have to come every year. It was so fun. So fun. Do you see how this restaurant looks, though, like the Ellen Wake one?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, there's things in different spots, but the basic layout is the same. This is going to make me want pie.
Well, they're not being discreet.
Not exactly, huh?
Man, I think a place like this is where I want to retire. Like just the landscape and
Right. Just the way it looks.
yeah.
I
Like,
want to
so
go
like-
here just once in my life, Snoqualmie Falls. I want to go there so bad.
Where's it at?
It's called Snoqualmie Falls in Washington. Drinking before homeroom. Gosh, what's up with that?
I'm sure we've all done it in time or two.
I can't say I've done that, but I've definitely done some questionable things.
Hell, we all do, especially at adolescence.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never done. No, not me. I've never done anything.
No, you're a perfect good boy.
Well, that's good though. Yeah,
It was
that's
never.
good.
There's no evidence of it, so it never really took place.
I posted the evidence of my discretions in on
Yeah, I saw
Instagram.
the Instagram photos.
Yeah, me drinking in my cheerleading uniform.
Oh, I gotta
That
go
was
to him right
classy.
now. I don't know if I've seen that.
Yeah. And my husband dressed up as a priest, which is funny.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I saw that. That was tough. I like that.
Yeah, we were at a costume party, but I had just got done at a game, and I figured, well, I'm wearing a cheerleading uniform, so I'm already dressed up. So I just showed up there.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Man,
And all good.
this hospital looked like a school.
Right.
It does, and I wouldn't be
And
surprised.
I'm going to say Destin, and I think the character that's going to really draw you into this show is when you meet Detective Cooper, well, FBI Agent Cooper. So I'm going to say.
Hey, I'm interested so far. I've always been interested in watching it, so I'm glad we're doing this.
Hell yeah, man! It's a great show. It really is.
That's the only thing I wish is that I pass away before my kids. I don't ever want to know that pain.
Right. No, absolutely, man. I feel that. I feel that for sure.
I love the score on this. Like, it's like so. I don't know if it's like for the time. I don't know if it's out of place or just times have changed and it just
It's
feels out of place now.
the guy that wrote it also wrote the theme song to Hill Street Blues, which is also a very memorable theme song from the 80s. I mean, it was hard hitting, emotional, went so well with the opening credits to Hill Street Blues. So this guy was really talented, and he scored a lot of David Lynch's movies too.
That dude going across the
Yeah.
like what?
It's inexplicable. Nobody knows why. It's never explained. Well, there's one person that tried to explain it, but I wouldn't recommend his videos. He's a real pompous ass.
All right, I'm gonna need a timestamp because for some reason Paramount it just
21:33 for me.
Yeah, I can't tell you a timestamp because I don't have any. I don't know how
you're
to do
you're
that.
on DVD.
Yeah,
21:41.
I can pause it if you want.
No, that's cool. Now that I know a general area where I'm supposed to be, I'm gonna get it.
Basically, I'm at the part where they're showing Audrey's red shoes.
Okay.
Poor Donna.
What timestamp you at now, Destin?
23:20.
Okay, cool. Right. Perfect. Yep, interviewing Bobby. Yep, let's go.
Like I always do.
Sweet deal, Gina.
Yeah, that is a sweet deal, especially for this.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe what I paid for the box set.
Oh, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
I've seen some of those box set prices.
Yeah.
I bet you with all the seasons, it's probably pretty pricey.
Oh, hell
Well, I didn't get the one with season 3. I bought that separate because I had the box set, the Blu-ray set before season 3 even came out. So I got one. It was about $85, I think, when I got it.
That's not
for
too bad.
season 1, season 2, and the 2 movies.
Yeah. I pre-ordered the Scream 6 Steelbook back in March, and it was supposed to arrive Tuesday, and it said that if it doesn't arrive by Saturday, we'll refund you your money. And then I saw it was available like down the street at my Best Buy, and I was like, I got on the chat with Best Buy, and I was like, "Hey, what's going on with this?" And they're like, "We don't know." I was like, "Well, cancel that. I'll just go and pick it up."
Yeah. I mean,
So
what's the holdup? That
I
doesn't
don't
make any
know. I was
sense.
like, I pre-ordered it like as soon as it like went available. So
Yeah.
it's ready for pickup. I just got to go get it tomorrow.
I need to get it too. Bobby's such a hothead.
Oh, he definitely is. But see, that's what I like. That's what I like about his character, though, because he's a sarcastic prick, but he has another side to him that you find out about later as the show goes on.
Mm-hmm. And he turns out to be one of the best people, one of the best characters.
Yep.
I'm actually friends with some of these actors on Facebook.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Like Sherilyn Fenn and James Marshall and
Oh, I need an interview.
Kimmy Robertson, of course.
I need an interview with Audrey.
I don't know if I can get you her. She's pretty tough cookie, but I bet you Cameron can. All you got to do is get Cameron's little kid involved and she'll do anything. She loves him.
All right, we'll see.
Cameron's little guy, he calls him Mr. C. Isn't that funny? He calls him Mr. C. And he is actually the cutest little thing. And she just scoops him right up every time she sees him. Cameron might be able to get it for you. I could probably get you one of the other two.
Which one? Kimmy?
Kimmy or James.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll talk to James, too. James is cool.
He is. Whoever did the subtitles on this really needs some lessons in spelling. That was hilarious. They just called her Janek Pulaski.
It's funny you said something about subtitles because like my subtitles are like seconds of ahead of the actual like what it's playing.
Yeah. It's so weird. But that's Ronette Pulaski, not Janesque. What? Totally weird. I always wish she would say, they're all going to laugh at you, but she never does.
Right? I was kind of waiting for it too.
Yeah.
She was good in The Faculty too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
really good. Poor Pete. Always in the middle of a tug of war.
Right?
Oh, maybe I was wrong because maybe the father's name is Janek. I'm an idiot. Now I look smart, don't I?
It happens.
I forgot about the dad.
Oh, is this a flashback?
Where she's coming on the bridge.
Yeah.
It is no, that's her actually walking
Yeah.
back from the crime
Yeah.
scene.
Yep. It's another girl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the girl when he went up to the sheriff and said the guy called and said that his daughter didn't come home last night. That's what they were talking about.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What just happened? Am I
What?
good?
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry, this video is currently unavailable. Please try again.
Is that Paramount?
Yeah.
That's what it did to me. Shit.
Alright.
All right, hold on. Let's pause it for a second.
Yeah, I'm refreshing it. Okay, it's coming back on. What's the timestamp?
I'm at 3508.
All right, I'm at 3440, so 3508.
Yep.
What is it at right now?
Oh, I'm still at 3508. I paused it.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm at 3508 right now. Or he's at the
Right.
pump.
Yep.
Cool. Man, I'm so glad that my week of work is over. I got a couple of days off.
Oh, that's right, man.
It's been a rough week.
Well, sure, man. That's not easy work that you do.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, you would think like working from home, it's like, oh man, that's a luxury, man. No, you work. You rack your brain. You're constantly looking at monitors and constantly.
Yep.
So Marcus,
It's the mental game. It's
is.
more mental than physical, and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand about whatever type of at home work you do, whether it's administrative, whether it's coding like you, whether it's content creating, fucking looking at a computer, reading shit and diagnosing shit all fucking day.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's draining.
It is. What's up, Jamie?
I just wanted to tell you that he said, it's February 24th. We call that Twin Peaks Day. So,
Okay.
on February 24th, if you see me saying Happy Twin Peaks Day, that's because of that whole thing he just said.
Okay. Might have to make this a thing.
Yeah, we all kind of do in the community. It's kind of a thing. Everybody kind of celebrates it. Clean place, reasonably priced. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I had one.
Oh,
of
we
those.
paused it, Jamie. Did you know that?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we had paused it. We're at 37:03.
No,
Yeah,
I won't know how to.
We're Cooper's in the car talking to Diane on recorder.
Okay, well.
Have you already hit play?
Tell me when
Marcus?
you get.
Huh?
Tell me when you get
Have
back
you already
to the
hit play,
hospital.
Marcus?
Yeah.
Oh
What?
shit!
I'm about to say. Oh, you didn't press play yet, Destin?
No, I didn't. You didn't say
Oh
go.
no, you're good. You're good. I can go back to
Supposed to say
35:08.
go.
Oh, I did. I said we could press play. I'll go back to 35:08. Don't worry about it. I got it. I'm back at 35:08.
What movie was that where he was like he got punched in the nose? He's like, "You're supposed to say go" or something.
I
can't
forget. All right, so you ready to press play?
Yeah, I'm at 35:08.
All right, I am too. Bomb.
All right.
Press play.
All right, play.
I'm at the part where they enter the hospital, so.
That's the dude from People Under the Stairs, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Everett McGill. Bro, they got everybody. Wait till you see who's about to come up next.
Is that the same lady?
Yep. Wendy Roby. Yep.
This came out before?
Yep.
Oh, I must be really behind. Or I mean, ahead of you guys.
Yeah, it's all right, Jamie.
I didn't know you were going to pause. I just let it run while I went to the bathroom.
Well, no, I had to pause it because Paramount basically shut down real quick on Destin, so he had to refresh.
Oh.
Yeah. It, like I got like an error thing.
Yeah, it did the same thing to me.
Have y'all ever seen Werewolves Within, the newer movie? Maybe a year or two ago. The whodunit werewolf movie, but it's like a comedy horror. This setting reminds me of that town.
I want to watch that because I remember you mentioned it before.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do a watch party because it's a whodunit that will get you, and it's really cool.
Okay. Yeah, man, but this setting, that's another thing about this show I like is the setting. Like, he did a really good job with the atmosphere.
Have you guys got to the
Yeah, I
hospital
like it.
yet?
No, we're still in the car with Cooper talking to Diane.
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as it's him and Truman walking down the hall, let me know.
Okay. Is that where you're paused?
Yeah, where he's saying have any trouble finding the place.
Okay.
I was going to tell you, I forgot to show you when we were on last time that I have the keychain for room 315.
Nice. Yeah, you're going to have to show me that next time. That's tight.
Yeah. It's hanging up back there, but.
All right. We're here now, Jamie. Press play.
What kind of fantastic trees you got growing around here?
He's a whole classic. His whole dialogue is just like so precise, and that's why I like it.
I love it. Examining her fingers is a weird request, right?
It is, but it pays off.
Yes. You know, the one-armed man was only supposed to be a simple reference to The Fugitive, but he ended up being a huge part.
I see. I like it though because he added extra needed element, in my opinion.
Agreed.
He's kind of like the hype man.
Yeah.
It's got a little Dr. Loomis in him.
Look at Dr. Jacoby's tie.
Yeah. He's a whole classic. I love
It's
Jacoby.
a clip on.
It probably is.
What's in his ear? Like a hearing aid?
That's
Earplug.
Earplug, yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Jacoby is an
He's a character.
interesting fellow.
Yes, he's an interesting character.
They didn't know she was seeing me, and he laughs about it. That's just creepy.
Right.
That one dude kind of looks like the psychiatrist from Dream Warriors. Just the way his hair is.
I have to go back and rewatch it and see.
Dang, he's digging that thing in there.
Right?
Every time I see it, I can't stand it.
What's up, Million? I hope you're having a great night, man. If you want to join in on us, just let me know, and I'll give you a timestamp. We're watching Twin Peaks episode 1, the pilot episode.
Mm-hmm. I had somebody, was it you, Marcus, who asked me if Diana was a real person?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I can understand completely why you would think that she wasn't, though.
Well, hell yeah, because it's like you see him talking into the recorder, but it's like you never see him like send the tape out or anything. Like it's just like
Right.
maybe he has just this imaginary friend that he confides this information to and stuff. Like, but you were right because she's awesome. I like her character.
I do. I love her character. She's so sassy.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, this was kind of like different and refreshing for me seeing Everett McGill play such a good guy in Ed because I'm so used to him being a killer or something out of a bad guy, a villain.
Yeah. Jeez, Mike's so rude.
I
Nadine and
also
her
like I always
drink.
like how she's always in control of him in the movies we watch with them two together.
Yeah.
I like the little jazz.
Yeah.
hmm Oh, if you like that, wait till we get to the creepy shit.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm starting to regret not getting some snacks before this.
Is it about the bunny?
No, I'm just getting hungry. And I like to snack on something sometimes when I'm like in the middle of watching something.
Yeah, dude. Like since my daughter works at the movie theater, I always tell her like she gets free popcorn.
Hell
I'm
yeah,
like,
man.
bring me home some of that free popcorn, you know.
Hell yes, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. DoorDash might be getting a message here in a second.
Man, Jersey Mike's or something like that, like a good sub. I haven't
Oh,
ate dinner.
I had a sub earlier.
I had what did I have earlier? I don't know. Oh, I know what I had.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Wait, what is that? Let me see.
shit.
Big dill pickle.
Dill pickle, sunflower seeds, man. Like
okay.
when I'm working
Hell
all day, man, I'm just like throwing it back.
Hell yeah, man.
They're good. I love dill pickle.
Man, dill pickle flavored chips, all that shit tastes fantastic in my opinion. Like the seasoning, the flavoring, all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Dill pickle's one of the better like like I guess if you want to say traditional flavors, that you put on something out there.
Yeah.
I had steak for dinner.
Nice.
Oh, that's great for rubbing it in, Jamie. Damn.
That's just say, well, hey, well, that kind of sounds good right about now.
My doctor has ordered me to eat steak.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I had steak and veggies on the grill.
Do y'all
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
do y'all follow my buddy Nick for Rawhead Rex?
I see some of his stuff. I do follow him. We do follow each other, yes.
He does like a fitness thing where he's like, all he eats is like a pound of ground beef and like 8 eggs for breakfast and dinner, like twice a day. And just like, I'm like, dude, no carbs, like only meat.
That's
carnivore
me.
diet.
I eat only meat and vegetables. I don't eat any carbs, hardly ever. I don't really eat a lot of sugar, sweets. I mean, I drink a lot of Mountain Dew, but that's where I get most of my sugar.
I might be hitting up that.
I'm not a big sugar person either. I'm more of a salt kind of guy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's how I am.
Sometimes I'll crave a little bit of sugar, but like it's not like on a regular basis.
Right.
Yeah, I usually, if I'm gonna have any sugar at all, it usually comes in the form of some sort of chocolate.
That's what I was about to say. Like whenever I like need like, hey, I want like it's like a chocolate shake or ice cream or something.
Yeah,
and it's like, all right, I'm good for a while.
Yeah, it's either ice cream, butterscotch crimpet, or peanut butter cake.
I am
peanut butter crimpet cakes from Tasty Cakes.
I am so sick of ice cream today because I've been for the last 3 days eating hardly anything but ice cream, applesauce, and anything else mushy. So because of the thyroid biopsy.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Is that what they tell you to eat? Like for how long?
Because there's a lump over here, and they took a needle and they stuck it in there a few times, and it was awful. They said just not to eat anything that's big or sharp for a couple days because the lump would be swollen, and it was swollen pretty bad. The first day I couldn't even move my head, but now I'm pretty good now. Yeah. I
didn't know any specifics of everything. I don't ever like to like pry unless you tell me or something, but I was worried about you.
I'm sure I'll be doing a stream about it because there's been some developments, and it doesn't look good for me right now. But either way, I'm going to get my thyroid removed. So really, it just depends on if anything that might be happening in my thyroid might have spread anywhere else. And if that's the case, then we'll take it as it comes. But right now, it's just my thyroid. And I have a disease called Hashimoto's disease that causes nodes to grow in my thyroid. And that my brother had thyroid cancer and had his thyroid out when he was a teenager. So it's just something that kind of runs in my family.
That's what I was going to ask you, if it was like hereditary or,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry, Jamie.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I've
Jimmy,
had
we're
a
gonna be
rough couple
praying for
months.
you, and we're gonna get through this.
You're definitely
Definitely.
you have been in my prayers for other things, and you're going to continue to be there. Okay.
Thanks. I
Right.
appreciate it.
And don't hesitate if
Absolutely.
you ever need to just vent or talk about stuff or
Right.
need help with anything. Me
I
and Marcus
appreciate
are here
that.
for you for sure.
Absolutely.
You guys are awesome. I
So
appreciate
we're all
it.
here for we're family. We gotta stick
Yeah.
together.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, Val and Katie have been like a huge like help for me. They listen, they're really sweet to me, and I don't always get people being real nice to me, you know? So I kind of appreciate that, especially
Right.
because I don't have a lot of people in my real life that, you know, I can really talk to about a lot of this stuff. So
Hey,
it does
I
matter to me.
I come from an area where everyone's a bunch of assholes. Even
Yeah.
my family, like I'm just like, I don't know what made y'all rotten throughout life, but like I just don't relate to that. So
Yeah.
Right.
family's not always blood. That's what I've always found out.
Stop.
So
No, you're not lying about that.
yeah.
I found a lot of family here on YouTube over the years.
Hey, look at Fast and the
Absolutely.
Furious. If Vin Diesel taught us anything, he created his own family.
Right.
That's
right.
true. That's
Family.
very true. That is so true.
So yeah. I always said I was like born in the wrong area. Like I wasn't meant to be born in Mississippi.
I always feel like I was born in the wrong area because I don't think I was meant to live in this horrible climate. God, I hate it here. The snow is ridiculous. I want to live in Southern California. That's where I want to live. San Diego is awesome. I went there and I loved it. I didn't want to come home.
I haven't been to California yet. I want to go so bad. I hear Arizona is awesome. I want to check
Well,
it out.
It's hot.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's dry
will
though,
be-
right? It's not like humid.
It's still hot. And my friend Matt lives there. He's like, don't move here, Jamie, because I got like stung by a scorpion on my head. And I was like, what? And he said he was sleeping on his couch and
Okay.
he felt something, and there was a scorpion that was behind his head and it stung him. And I'm like, oh, you can guarantee I will never move there. I will never move there because of scorpions. I just ain't doing it.
I'll tell you one place you can visit, but I have no desire to live there, is New Orleans.
Oh, I have not been there. My husband has several times, but not me.
It's a fun place to go, good food, good atmosphere, but it is not a place you want to live.
Yeah, it seems like a place you want to party though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have not
Mardi
been there.
Gras. Yeah,
I
just
went,
feel like
I went
Mardi
to a
Gras. Maybe
couple
go just
bachelor
like
parties
visit.
down there. I haven't been to Mardi Gras though. All right, that's a trip, Marcus. Let's go.
Yes, I
It's
agree.
so crowded. I don't even know if I would enjoy it because it's just like shoulder
No,
to
another
shoulder.
spot I want to hit up, Miami.
Yeah, I want to hit up Miami too. That'd
Now,
be cool. Key
check
West.
this shit out. Check this shit out real quick, Dustin. What's about to happen?
I'm watching.
Like it's not like something like crazy big, but just the skill of Cooper. Like this
Right.
just shows how skillful he is.
It's important. You are correct.
Man, I wonder who does his hair on set.
I was thinking maybe David Lynch because it's so perfect. David Lynch's hair is
Yeah,
like,
it's like perfectly
perfect.
combed.
Right.
it's funny on Twitter. They put up this picture, right, of Kyle MacLachlan and David Lynch with both like the coiffed hair, and they wrote, "Who did it better?" And I wrote, "Well, David Lynch is famous for that coif, so I have to go with David Lynch." And Kyle MacLachlan liked it.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I just
yeah.
can't seeing him. I just can't think of anything but Showgirls or Flintstones.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so.
Well, trust me, his performance in this, I think, will change your perception because he kills it.
You know,
Like,
he
he
hurt his
killed.
back during that fish flopping incident in Showgirls.
Oh, her voice.
Do you not like it?
It just reminds me of the other movies that she was in, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and stuff. Like, sounds like she should be on on the Simpsons voice cast or something.
She may have voiced
Lisa.
some of those people before. I would guarantee that she probably has done voiceovers.
Yeah.
Yo, what's
she'd be
up,
perfect
Dino?
for it.
I hope you're having a good night, man.
Dino.
Dino saying my family too has thyroid problems. Even I have it. Everything will be all right, Jamie. I'm sure of it. That's right.
I hope so. Thank you. I
No
really
doubt.
We give you a hug
Mm.
over the digital world.
That's right. Dino saying, hell yeah, come to my neck of the woods, Miami, baby. Yeah, man, it's one of my spots I definitely want to visit.
Oh, okay. I think Dino's offering a place for us to stay if we go, Marcus.
I think so.
that's what
I
he's
think he
offering.
just did, right?
Okay, all right.
No hotel fee. Let's go.
All right. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Florida
man.
is hot. And
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You ever been to
And-
Destin?
no.
To what?
Destin, Florida?
No. I never knew there was such a place.
Oh, dang. Yep. It's a touristy spot, and like the water is crystal clear. They got like
Oh,
a place
see,
called
that's what I'm
Crab
talking
Island, where it's
about.
like a sandbar, and there's like tiki bars, and you can only get there with like you have to take a boat or something over to it. You can't swim there, and it's a beautiful place.
I lived in Ocala for half a year, but I hated Florida, so I came back to New York pretty quick.
Yeah, it's like if you know where Panama is, Panama City.
Hmm.
It's like Panama City, Destin, and Fort Walton. Like Destin's right in the middle of that whole entire strip, up and down.
It's brutal.
I used to tell. Never mind.
Oh, this is a good
I
part
mean, you
too.
can proceed.
All right, I'll tell you something cheesy. Whenever I was like young, I
Mhm.
used to tell like girls when I was like in like middle school and stuff. I was like, yeah, the color of the ocean's the color of my eyes.
Let's go. Let's go.
Smooth.
Because I have like blue
That's
eyes,
some smooth shit. That's some
Yeah.
slick shit.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
My uncle always said,
Let's
Destin, you
go.
gotta tell them they're your destiny. I'm like, no, that's too much. That's too much.
You could pull a Crispin Glover and walk up and say, "You're my density," like
Right?
in Back to the Future.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a good
Yo.
one. Yeah.
Real quick, did you ever see? I remember Jake mentioned it a few months ago, and I went and checked it. You ever see that clowny clown rap video by Crispin Glover?
No, but I want
I don't-
to now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh my god, it's crazy! It's so weird. It's so weird.
He is weird, and I love it.
But
I'm
I
gonna go back
love
and
it
watch
too, though,
Willard.
because he is that weird. But he tried. He went through with it. Oh man, that shit was funny.
Is that somebody beating her? Oh, never mind.
That's
Yeah,
Johnny. That is Audrey's brother, and he has autism. And Laura Palmer was working with him, spending time with him, as part of her charity work that she did. So it really affects him that she passes away.
Yeah, you're gonna see Destin over time how almost every character actually links to Laura.
Every one of them. That's why
Almost.
Laura is the one.
Okay. This girl is almost like Maggie Gyllenhaal. Right here.
A
in
little
this
bit. I
light.
can see where you say that.
Yeah, Audrey. Yeah. That is, her name is Sherilyn Fenn.
Yep.
She was in the movie Boxing Helena with what's his name? Julian Sands, and directed by Jennifer Lynch,
Oh,
David Lynch's daughter.
okay. I was about to ask, was that like his wife, daughter, something?
And also
Every time y'all
Jennifer
said, sorry, go ahead.
Jennifer wrote The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer too. So
Oh, nice.
When
Oh,
y'all
he
were
is
like,
good.
when y'all were telling me about this, and y'all kept saying David Lynch, for some reason I had in my head David Flincher.
Oh, David Fincher, like 7.
Fincher. I mean, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
David Fincher is extremely similar to David Lynch in aesthetic. Plus, he's really highly inspired by him.
Dino said we've been in triple digits this week with the heat. Yeah, no bueno.
Yeah, same here in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, you see what's happening here? That they've got this magazine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cooper looks a little too excited to be looking at that, though.
Yeah, he had that like crazy look in his eye.
He always does, though. You'll get to know that he's just like that. He's real quirky.
I was saying, now you see why that magazine was important, though, right, Dustin?
Yeah, because she was in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, who's the truck driver?
That is Leo Johnson. That is
You're
Shelley's
looking at
husband.
him. You're looking at him.
This guy with the weird hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, that style didn't stick around.
Let's go. Yeah, that style didn't stick around. That's great.
Yeah, that is really early 90s, late 80s kind of hair.
Whatever's around. You crackhead. I'm just kidding.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Oh, shit.
Sorry,
Man,
I talk a lot of smack.
Leo would get a upsided, I don't know, from me if he was talking to me like that. I would just,
You would Charlie's Angel the shit out of him.
I get my bat. I get my bat.
Just shove the beer bottle down his throat. Do it sorority row style.
You know what, though? I love Leo's character arc. You'll see why when it gets towards the end. But Leo's character arc is one of the best ones in the series.
Are you talking about for the second season, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I like how his whole thing goes.
I'm surprised, because I'm definitely digging this, and it's probably like a little bit ahead of its time.
Way ahead of its time.
For it to get like so many seasons, I'm surprised that like people like caught on that early on. Just how this is a different type of structure and vibe of a show.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And you can tell the difference when David Lynch directs an episode as opposed to other directors, because this ends up getting directed by many different people.
Yeah,
David Lynch only comes in and does maybe 3 or 4 different episodes. And you can always tell because he has his own style. And he definitely directed this one.
Cooper! That's that dude. He's that dude. I ain't gonna lie, I like the mayor. He's a classic.
It's the log lady.
Yo, my goodness. Yo, that mayor, he is a whole classic. Especially when he gets going, when he's pissed off.
I know. When he fights with his brother, it's super funny.
Yep.
Okay, so you see the log lady, Dustin? The lamp lady in Twin Peaks? Or, not Twin Peaks.
I'm watching the old guy talk.
Okay, well, the the log lady, she was flicking the lights off and on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she is what they based the lamp lady on in Alan Wake.
Oh.
That's why.
Did you ever play any of the like expansions or DLCs of Alan Wake?
I have them all. Oh, yeah. I'm a completionist.
Like, wasn't there like one like a motel or something like that? A hotel?
It was called American Nightmare.
American Nightmare. That's it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I started playing. I didn't finish that one.
It's only loosely attached to the rest because they set it up as if it's an episode of Night Springs. So It's pretty cool.
I just want to play more as Alan Wake than the new character that they've shown.
Mhm.
And I know you'd be able to, I don't know if you can pick or if like half the game you play as him, the other half you play as her. I mean, she might be great, but it's like, it's an Alan Wake game. I want to play Alan Wake.
Right. I'm hoping they'll let us play Mr. Scratch a little bit. Mr. Scratch is his,
I'm just glad they're going mature with it and going to be bloody.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
They said it's going to be a little harder, though.
That's okay. That's all right. Survival horror games are my favorite.
It's going to be a lot of managing resources.
What's up, Michael Joe? I hope you're having a great night. If you're still hanging out here in the chat, I'm sorry. I ain't gonna lie, I got sidetracked again by the show. But I hope you're having a great night, buddy. If you want to join in and watch Twin Peaks episode 1, the pilot episode, let me know. We'll give you a timestamp. We are winding down. We only got like 24 minutes left. But hey, if you want to catch the last 24 minutes, just let me know. And if you have never watched this, Michael, definitely give it a watch. Like rewatch it from the beginning and then, check it out. We're going to be doing this every Thursday up until we're done with the entire series.
Yep.
Jamie, I was going to say, I like that. Is that a Michael Myers pillow behind you?
Yeah.
Did you get it at
nice.
Spirit?
FYE.
Oh, it's a FYE? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
I like that.
It's like a Funko Michael, but it's
Nice.
an FYE pillow. Yeah.
Speaking of Michael Myers, I am going to Pasadena a couple weeks before I meet up with you guys at Scarefest because that's where Halloween 45 is taking place.
Wow.
Yes, I'm going. I'm booking my flight.
I want to go see. Are you going to see the house?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if I can get there, yeah. I probably will Uber over there, most likely. And
Aren't
plus,
they right down the street from the Nightmare on Elm Street house?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think they're close together.
Yeah, I think they're on the same street.
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's September 29th, I believe, through the 1st of October, something like that. Yeah.
Man.
It's a stretch, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but I'm not going to lie. I'm doing it, bro. This is probably going to be the last time they get everybody together.
What are they doing?
Halloween 45-year anniversary convention.
Oh.
Yeah. Everybody's going to be there, bro. They already got Tyler Mane booked. They got Rohan Campbell booked, Corey Cunningham. They got...
No. I love him.
Yeah. Yeah, they got him booked. Yeah. They got a lineup. They're trying to get Jamie Lee.
Oh,
she'll be the hardest. She'll have the longest line, and
yeah, you gotta definitely have VIP for that. And they were fucking damn near like I think almost 1,000 for it.
Oh my gosh! I thought it was bad when I paid $800 for Scarefest.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these conventions, they know what they doing.
What's $800 at Scarefest?
My tickets.
Yeah, the VIP.
I got VIP. It comes with the room and 5 line skips, the swag bag, like a bunch of movies, special seating in the seminars, and tickets to the Halloween parade and party after on Saturday night and stuff.
I'm telling you right now, if I can, I mean, I know it's probably not going to be possible, but if a fucking, what's it called, VIP ticket becomes available for Scarefest, I'm fucking taking it, and I'll sell my ticket or just give it to somebody who wanted to go and couldn't.
I bought them as soon as they went on sale, so I've had mine for months.
Like, yeah, because this was, an on the spot call thing, so. I mean, if I definitely would have planned for it, I would have definitely had VIP tickets.
Yeah.
I am so glad though that you guys are going, because I thought that I was going to be doing this by myself this year and that I wasn't going to see anybody.
Brandon's now going too.
I know, I heard, and Val's going.
All of us.
I got in trouble.
Crazy.
Why?
Because I accidentally
did it by accident. He was going to ponder whether he was going to go or not because he was trying to make sure everything was okay. Financially.
I was just like clicking away, and I was like, it said, "Thank you for your." I was like, "Whoa, wait, Wait, what?
Fucking
So I
body.
bought a weekend
No.
pass. Plus, I bought the podcast thing with Daniel Harris and Scott Taylor Compton, like
Yep.
where you could be on their podcast.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, wait. I was just trying to check pricing. I was just like adding stuff that I wanted in the car. And I was like, damn.
So they got the prices up for that stuff now, because last I looked, they didn't have the prices up for that stuff yet, for like the seminars and the.
It would be
Talking
cool to
to
get them
getting
to like
pictures.
shout out my channel or something, you know, kind of get them. Like I've gotten a few people to do it, you know.
I bet you Danielle will, because she's super sweet.
Yeah. Scott Taylor Compton, like one of the girls that is on my team at where I work, she actually took acting lessons over Zoom with Scott Taylor Compton.
Oh wow.
So I'm gonna try to open up conversation that way.
They seem like they're really cool with the fans, so I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
talking to them won't be too difficult.
I'm going to
Yeah.
start my conversation with Danielle by saying, guess what? We share a birthday, but I'm older than you.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna open up that conversation. I'll think about it when I get closer. Like,
Be like,
I'll think.
don't do what I did, man, because like not with Danielle, but what I did with what's her name,
Bonnie Aarons.
Bonnie Aarons. I always want to call her Baron. I don't know. Anyways, Bonnie Aarons from The Nun, who plays the nun.
Yeah.
I like just went up to her. I was kind of tipsy, and we were at the hotel bar, and I was like, "You gonna be in The Nun too?" I didn't even know it was about to come out. I thought they were talking about making it.
Oh,
She
that's
gave
funny.
me so much shit.
Oh no.
And then she busted me out like the night after, and she was like, "This son of a bitch asked me if I was going to be in The Nun too." She's so
Wow.
cool.
Yeah, Michael, she is. She's very pretty.
Yeah, she is. That's one thing that like I love Jamie Lee Curtis, but I don't like how she treated Scout at the premiere or whatever that what was it? They went somewhere for Halloween, or it was like all the final girls, like Nancy was there, like Heather Langenkamp.
Yeah.
And she made Scout Taylor Compton cry. Like
What?
Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, I was kind of like, I like Jamie Lee Curtis, but sometimes I think she thinks her shit don't stink, and that kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't like that at all.
And I really think she's the reason why these new films started changing, and we got what we got because she has creative control in order for her to sign on for each project. And it's like if you just let David Gordon Green and Danny McBride do their vision without you tampering with it, we probably would have got a pretty good ending for Michael Myers.
Right.
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
I mean, that's good because that's going to ensure we get more Halloween movies. But to me, it's
there's certain things that I didn't hate it. It's not what I wanted to see the ending to what we were leading up to.
I can be completely honest with you guys and say, even though there is aspects of it I like, I can honestly tell you guys I hate that fucking movie with a passion.
Okay, see this bar?
I do.
See this bar? Right
Yes.
there? Okay. See over there, up there on my camera, up next to the Camp Crystal Lake sign?
Yeah, to the left or the right of it?
That is a Bang Bang bar sign. It's the reflection in the puddle.
Nice.
Yeah. So, yeah. I got a lot of that stuff laying around here.
Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, we about to get a good one. Shit's about to go down.
Yeah, so when my wife found out that she doesn't believe me that I accidentally bought them, and I was like, "It's a true story. Ask Marcus."
Oh no! Oh no!
I was tripping.
I will 100% tell no lie and vouch for you because we were right backstage when that shit happened.
Yeah.
I remember the look on your face, and we're just like, me and Eric were both like, well, "What's going on?" And you're just like, "Dude, I think I accidentally purchased these tickets."
Yeah.
That's so funny. That means it's fate.
Right?
No, that shit ain't fake. They sent him that email. That was funny because Eric said that too. Eric
No
was like, "Did you get the
refunds.
email?" Yep. He said, "Did you get the email?" Destin's like, "The email just came."
Yeah, no refunds.
Yeah.
Not at all.
It better be an epic weekend.
It will be, my friend.
I'm telling you that last year was so big, it shocked Uncle Bill, from Dead Pit. Uncle
Mhm.
Bill showed up there on the last day, and he had been there many times before, but he had been like, I don't want to do it anymore because I think it's a bunch of bull crap. But when he went last year and he saw how much bigger it's gotten, he's like, wow, I'm glad I went. So, and he was only there on the last day. So
My biggest thing is I want to meet David Arquette.
that's my big one too.
David Arquette, Danielle Harris, Scott Taylor Compton. I got to look at the list. I can't remember. I've met a lot of people that like I'm to the point where it's like I want to focus more on like signatures.
Panels, Q&A
Because
panels.
I've gotten like a
shit
lot
that.
of professional photos.
Yeah, when you walk around, they're just all sitting at tables,
Mhm.
and you can just walk up to them. They have their price lists on their list. Oh, I can't even talk today. They have their price lists on their table, and a whole bunch of like pictures and stuff. And then you can just pick a picture and have them sign it, or you can say, "Oh, will you do a picture with me?" And you can take one with your phone or your camera. Bill Moseley was really cool about that last year.
It was so cool whenever I hung out with Robert Englund and Lance Henriksen at that table a couple years ago or a year and a half ago, whatever. Bill Moseley comes up to our table and starts talking to Robert, and he's like, "I'm a big fan, Robert." He starts just talking to him like nerding out to Robert, and Robert's like, "Oh yeah, thanks, man." Blah 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 blah, and I'm like, "Hey, Bill." He's like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And man, like I was like, "Dang, it's so cool to see like other celebrities being fans of other celebrities," and
Right.
I like kind of
Yeah.
witnessed that like right on my shoulder right here, and I was like, I'm just gonna let them talk for a minute, and then Bill left, and then like Robert was like, "I think I know that motherfucker." I was like, Robert, like it was such an awesome time.
That is awesome.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss on your channel, Marcus.
Oh, you're good. I cuss on it all the time.
Oh, did you cuss? I didn't even notice.
Sometimes I feel so bad because I'm like so used to like I don't like cuss a lot, but like every now and then I'll say something. But then when I'm on Craven's channel, I see that look in Craven's eye, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I try my damnness not to swear on his channel.
Yeah, he says it's PG-13, so you get one F-bomb.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just feel weird doing it, so I just try to avoid it. So it's just like because I got that much respect for him.
I try to respect as much as I can.
Right,
sure.
exactly.
But the other night I said like 2 S words, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys would
Now,
die if you heard some of the crap that's come out of my mouth before.
This is also important.
You a potty mouth. It's all that Mountain Dew.
This is also important to their linkage to Laura. These two, what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they ever like re-release this with like a widescreen because mine's like squared off. Is y'all squared off?
Yeah, well, mine's squared off too.
No, mine isn't because mine is the DVDs or Blu-rays actually.
Oh, nice.
And they're in 16:9.
Okay, nice.
Agreed, Michael Joe. Agreed.
Hopefully it's out of print though, so finding it and it's going to be expensive if you were going to go that route. You can go the route where you can get the A to Z set, which is literally everything. So, and that one's expensive.
How many seasons?
There's 3 seasons.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. There's season 1, there's season 2, and then 25 years later, they had a season 3.
Yes.
And you'll see as we go through all these how that ties in, because that's actually important that there's a 25-year gap.
Yes. Everything, literally everything you're going to watch and see is important. It's just basically when we get to the 3rd one, you're going to see also some things that could have tied in better. I'll say that.
Yes. I think David was being a little stubborn. he was kind of mad at the fans. He quit twice, during the whole production of season 3. And I don't know. I think he was kind of giving the fans a little, thumb up the butt kind of thing.
A little flip of the bird.
Yeah. Because people were demanding for cohesion, and David Lynch, if you ask him for something, if you've ever watched the interviews with him and somebody says, so what does this mean? He looks at them like, how dare you ask me such a question, and he'll say, it means whatever you think it means, because he doesn't want to explain what he means in any of his movies. That's why I like his stuff, because it doesn't hold your hand and you have to figure it out.
Right.
Now, I've only watched season 3 the one time through, and I still remember it like super clear. So I think that says a lot about it, in spite of the fact that it isn't extremely cohesive.
Right.
I still remember it in detail. So that, I think, says a lot about it. I know you don't like ends, Michael. I'm fixing to change that mind of yours, though.
I mean, honestly, like, ends isn't I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with ends. It's a well-made movie. It's just, why? It's like, why?
I honestly, I've disagreed. I've went back and watched it. And I think the biggest thing for me now, it isn't even what they did to Michael Myers. To me, it's fucking boring. There's nothing going on.
I never thought it was boring. I
just felt like the whole tone to me, it was so fucking boring. And I get it.
I actually appreciate like my horror movies, like taking its time and building up to something.
Right. I get it. And I get they were trying to introduce a new character and tell a new story, so that kind of had to be done. But I guess it's just more of me not expecting that direction of where they went, considering what we got in Halloween Kills, how fast tempo that was. I didn't expect them to replicate that, but I expected them to do that to some degree. And it just, to me, it was I was not entertained. I really wasn't. It was so difficult to keep me entertained, because I guess I'm just like, why, like you just were saying, why are we doing this?
Yeah. He should have been introduced in the at least Halloween Kills.
Like I said, not even that. If anything, we should have just killed Michael off in Halloween Kills. If that to me would have been better.
Yeah.
Because then you have this whole movie with him being your new quote unquote shape. It leaves more time to tell his story, and it leaves for more room to have kills.
Oh yeah,
and for us to accept it.
If they killed Michael Myers in Halloween Kills, and then like he got his mask, and then we just moved on with this
something, or
that's if you want.
We got zombie Michael, like we got zombie Jason. He comes back and kills.
You said Corey was basically the new shape in so many words. So if he's the new shape, then he can get his own damn mask. And like I get it. It's not.
Shape.
I do. I think he's going to be back at some point. I really do. I think if David don't come back, somebody's going to pick that up.
I think the purpose of Ends was to show how bullying and trauma affects groups of people, and how important it is that we pay attention to that, because
it turns people dark.
It's exactly badly.
Yeah.
And I think that on a huge scale right now in this country, we have a serious problem going on with people being like that on a large scale. Like, our whole country needs to understand that they're all traumatized right now, and they're not making proper decisions based on that.
Right.
So I think that's the message. It's just, they took the town of Haddonfield and made it a small scale thing, but the message is supposed to be bigger, and it's about trauma and the effects it has on people. And I think that's an important
agree
message.
with that, but I also agree with the fact that I think what it is too is that the town, just like what they did with Michael Myers, they made something, even how horrendous in Michael Myers' case it was, they basically blew it up. And you turn somebody who could, in so many ways, could have been forgotten if you didn't give him that much attention. You easily made him into the boogeyman, just like with Corey Cunningham. You know, with that fear mongering, you created a boogeyman.
Have you seen the movie The Boogeyman?
Not the newest one. I wanted to go with.
They show Michael Myers near the end, like showing different versions of the boogie. Yeah, they show different versions of the boogeyman throughout cinema.
That's awesome. Oh, I can't wait to see it
give
now.
it a roll.
I'm just fucking with y'all.
I'm about to say
I don't know.
think they're doing that. I can't see them doing that.
I'm too gullible. Jesus.
To me, I was about to say, to me, that just
Everything
I
got
feel like
silent for
why
a
do, I'm
second.
about to say that's just fucking up your whole movie for your character. You know,
Well, it's like Candyman. There's different versions of everybody's boogeyman.
I gotta stop for a second. We got to talk about the coffee and the donuts here.
Damn.
Lucy sets that up for them every night.
Yep.
And this is why coffee and donuts
that's what
is
you just
such a
said.
big
Lucy
thing.
sets it up every night.
Yeah.
That's
why the coffee and
I don't
donuts
like chili
is
donuts.
such a big thing.
The Coop loves his fucking coffee and his donuts.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, my favorite donuts is blueberry cake donuts with some blueberry coffee.
Yum.
Perfect.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I only like glazed donuts. I can't fuck with too much else of them. Like
glazed donuts.
That's
there's
it.
something. I mean, there's like something about this donuts I just can't really get all hyped for. It's like an every once in a while thing.
Now there is a maple bacon donut that's pretty good.
I've tried that shit before.
Yeah.
That shit is good.
Yeah, maple. All right. Yeah.
Is that a Krispy Kreme? Is that a Krispy Kreme? I think it's a Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Krispy Kreme.
Try the blueberry cake donuts. Like it's got a glaze on it too. If you like blueberries, like I'm a blueberry nut.
I like that.
Well, Destin, Michael would like you and Brandon to do a live stream together. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I talk to Brandon regularly. He's been on the channel for the Screamathon. We talk every now and then. Yeah, I would definitely love to do a collab with him. That'd be awesome. I need to talk to Brandon for sure. Maybe we could do something for Scarefest. But yeah, mention it to him too. I'm down. Let's set something up. What? Why are they acting like that?
Because James stole their girlfriends.
Yeah, they're just being animals. It's stupid. Think about it. They're like 17 idiots. 17-year-old boys are just idiots. Right?
Oh, and here we go with this.
Now, did you see the part, Dustin, where they took that necklace, Laura's part? I think it's Laura's half, or it might be James's half of the necklace. I can't remember, but
yeah,
and buried it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's
was that the thing that they were doing around the rock?
Yes, that's going to be important for later.
Okay.
And I don't know if you just noticed that.
She looks like an assassin.
Yeah, she does.
I feel like she's about to just like stick or something.
Well, she's always up to no good.
Wait till you see her in season 2.
I know, right? It's so funny.
Got a light in that boat.
Everybody, I don't know if you've noticed this either, but like everybody is like having affairs that they're keeping secret.
Yeah,
there's all
like
this soap opera stuff going on.
Yeah.
But they haven't. Okay, so see this with the light, the turning light.
The red light?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Scream 2, when they're pulling up to the light and they show that in that exact same angle.
Oh, do they? I can't remember.
It's an homage to Twin Peaks.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I like Scream TV series.
Well, no, this is in Scream 2.
Oh, Scream 2.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When they're in the car with the cops and they pull up to the stoplight and they show that stoplight.
Why is she screaming? What is she thinking? Is this just a dream?
Who screamed?
Laura's mom.
Yeah. Laura's mom does a lot of screaming.
I noticed that. I was like, near the beginning, I was kind of like, I was like, man, everybody's crying every scene. Like,
Yeah, because she was the most loved person, like the most popular girl in school, homecoming queen, like the whole, like she is, and every single show ends on her face like this. Every one of
really,
them. Yes.
It's
like
about her.
her like screaming
Every
like that.
no,
No.
basically, what she's saying, Laura Palmer, the blonde you
Laura
see
Palmer's
in the head.
face.
Yeah.
So
Every
basically, every episode basically brings us one step closer to all the secrets and all the relationships and affairs that Laura had that nobody knew about. But there's also an even deeper, more sinister entity out there that ties in with her as well.
mhm.
And as we go along, you're going to see that.
Okay.
And that's where the whodunit aspect comes into it, because it's not going to be who you expect it to be. Like Jamie called it when I guess she started watching it. I didn't expect it until the second season, until I seen certain little things. But you're going to see what we're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
it definitely ties in everything really well, especially with, like I said, being weird, but also being understanding about what the story they're trying to tell. Trust
Okay.
me, this is just the beginning. We haven't got to the goody goods yet. We
No,
haven't got to the
I
weirdness.
love the feel about it. Like, I've always wanted to watch this show. I thought there was more than 3 seasons for some reason. I don't know.
No, it
'Cause I
got
feel like I've heard
canceled.
about Twin Peaks for like my whole life almost. Like,
That's
I don't know.
because every show that has come since has taken some sort of inspiration from this show.
Mm,
This show paved the way for things like The Sopranos and Shameless and other things that show things that normally you would not think you're going to see on television.
yeah.
There is a
Wow.
scene that comes up in season 2 that, to me, to this day, I don't think I've ever seen anything on TV that measures up to this scene. I'm not going to tell you about what it is or anything. I'll tell you when it gets there, but there's nothing on TV in any of the shows I've ever watched since that even measures up to this moment. And this moment, I will never forget it. I was sitting there going, when is this going to be over? Because it lasts so long, and it's shocking. It's shocking. So this show, it paved the way for shock television, for more risky
Oh.
things to be done in TV. Because before this, it was all like episodic, like you'd have a show where, there's a crime and they figure it out. By the end, it's all solved, And so this
Yeah.
idea of carrying on a torch was new. And that's why things get kind of hairy in season 2, because there was a fight going on about whether they should be even revealing who the killer is or not. And you got people saying, yeah, let's reveal it. You got people saying, no, don't reveal it. David Lynch did not want to reveal it. Mark Frost did not want to reveal it. But the studio was listening to the media, and the media was hyping up the general audience who
Wanted a conclusion.
Right. And that's the unfortunate part, because I think if the media would have kept their mouth shut and not hyped up people constantly throughout the whole summer going, who killed Laura Palmer? I have a t-shirt, I wore it on the last one. Who killed Laura Palmer? It was like the who shot JR thing, except instead of doing what they were doing with Dallas, where they actually solved it in the first episode of the next season, they weren't going to do that. But the studio had a fit over that. So they end up solving it in the middle of season 2, and the show went after. And part of that is because of a strike, but also because of this. Nobody wanted to see it after. They solved the thing. That was the dumbest idea in the world. It was the goose laying the golden eggs. You don't kill the golden goose. You just don't do it. So,
is it something that feels organic, or is it something that feels forced writing of who it is?
No, it's something I personally feel it's organic, especially if you don't figure it out right away.
Like, have I seen Who Done It in this first episode?
Yes.
Yes.
But I knew who did it from the very first I don't know why. It's just I'm really
We're good at those.
in tune, to that kind of thing.
Like
And,
Harper's Island.
Okay,
seen
so I guess this is a perfect time to
I know
ask
I need to
Destin.
see it.
I guess this is a perfect time to ask Destin through one episode, who killed Laura Palmer?
Yeah.
Well, let's look at our usual suspects. We got Mickey, the freaky Tarrant. No, I'm just kidding.
That's good.
Can I go to the little boys' room and then we can do this because my
Yeah.
boy-
Yeah, do what you got to do real quick, bro.
Yeah, go pee.
But yeah, like I said, this show just has a perfect blend of everything. If you're a fan of horror elements, if you're a fan of sci-fi elements, if you're a fan of action, if you're a fan of drama, if you're a fan of a little bit of soap opera play,
Yeah.
it literally has everything in it meshed in so well.
And comedy.
Yes, and comedy. Yes, that too. And it's a shame. It's a shame, and we hear it so many times. And I talked about it yesterday on the fucking podcast, and now you see what's happening today. The actors are on strike.
Yeah.
This is things like that. Why? Because you got studios dipping into the creative process and messing everything up. And that's a shame that if a creator doesn't want to reveal something, if he wants to drag his story out, why? I mean, I get it. The general public might want this or want that, but let the creator create. I always say it all the time. And this is why we don't get anything fresh, because we don't allow the creators to create, and neither does the studio.
Right. And that goes, I mean, that's like pretty much goes all the way back to like the beginnings of television. The studio heads always are more worried about dollar signs than they are about the creativity, forgetting the fact that they wouldn't even be there without the creativity,
That's so true.
So it is frustrating, and it's gotten on my nerves, especially, over the years with all the different times that studios have gotten involved in things and ruined it.
Right.
You hear all these stories, especially about the Weinsteins, going in and just totally wrecking shop. I mean, what they did to Event Horizon is just horrendous. And we will never get a director's cut because they just got rid of all the footage, everything that ended up on the floor for Event Horizon and was still in a time where they just didn't keep those, so they threw them out. So, these studio people, they just like to butt their noses in, and it's all about dollar signs for them.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's all about the dollar, and that's all they give a fuck about, without noticing how you squander those dollars is when you fuck up with the story, when you start telling creators how to create, then we get a goose egg of a movie, or a movie that we know could have been better, and then you slowly start to lose the fucking fan base. Yeah. Like, you can't, they got to understand that. I pray for a time where we get studio executives that understand this type of shit.
Did you guys know that Mulholland Drive was supposed to be a TV show?
I was looking at that like
that. What?
Mulholland Drive was supposed to be a TV show.
No, I didn't know it was supposed to be a TV show.
Yeah, the original premise was it was going to be Audrey heading to Hollywood and trying to make her way in Hollywood, and then they changed it to Naomi Watts' character. But they made the pilot, and the pilot didn't get picked up, so he just took it and made a movie. And thank God he did.
And it did well.
Awesome movie.
Yeah, it did well.
Yeah.
I remember being a teenager, and that was like the talk for a few months was like Mulholland Drive. You got to watch Mulholland Drive. You got to watch this. So, and I've never picked it up and watched it. So it's something I'm going to have to take a look at.
I have it back there. I have the Criterion. It's so important to me. I love it,
So real quick, would you guys eat a donut burger? I've had. Shit bang.
No.
A glazed donut burger? Hell yeah. That shit slaps with some bacon on it.
It probably tastes really good, but I can't eat any. I'm not supposed to eat bread. So.
But you know what my golden shit is? For burgers, peanut butter and jelly burger.
That actually sounds pretty good.
Listen, I used to work at Aruga's in Hanover, and I remember they start changing the menu up. You know how restaurants do every once in a while, try to get a little creative to bring some new stuff in. So I remember my peoples was like, "Yo, Marcus, you ever try the peanut butter jelly burger?" It's the first sound of it. I looked at them and I said, "What the fuck is that?" I'm like, "That just sounds nasty." And they're like, "Nah." They're like, "No, you got to try it. You got to try it." So they literally like convinced me into trying it. Let me tell you something. That thing was addicting. I told you, listen. Every time I went to get something to eat, I'm like, "Yeah, I just want the peanut butter and jelly burger from now on." I even make it sometimes at home.
Did they get that idea from the Twilight Zone movie?
I
The
have no
kid?
idea. I
Have you
know.
ever seen the Twilight Zone movie?
I think it's. I
been a
think I
long
did
time.
watch it, but it's been a long time.
I remember
the
the
one-
opening.
I
The one
think.
with the little kid where he makes all the wishes.
Yeah, I can't remember that shit.
He has dinner. He has dinner, and the burger has peanut butter on it, and it's gross.
Nice.
And he tells the woman, try it. It's good. And she takes a bite. She's looking around like, this is a freaking weird situation.
Right.
It's good. It's a really good one.
That's some Elvis stuff.
Well, it's so funny you just said that because I think Aruga's was inspired by another restaurant that called it the Elvis burger, but it was just peanut butter on it instead of jelly too.
Listen, I just experienced something because like I went back home, visited my folks, and in Mississippi. It was like North Mississippi, so like right down the street is Graceland. So we went and like did fireworks there. My parents, it's like nostalgic for them because it was like their first date when they were in high school was Graceland. Whenever they viewed Elvis's dead body, that was like their first date. Like they got within the gates.
Oh wow, that's pretty morbid, but I love it.
Yeah, and so I'm like, all right, Dad. I was like, what were you thinking? And he was like, yeah, I just thought I'd ask this pretty girl to go see the viewing of Elvis's dead body. And it was just like, I was like, okay, whatever. And so my parents are still together. And so anyways, so we went and saw fireworks, but they got this place called the Guest House, which is a restaurant next to Graceland. And like, hey, let's go. Everything's like Elvis themed food. And I'm talking about like, I got some burger that was like, you think of a mozzarella stick, but it's like this thick of like a patty of mozzarella stick on top with peanut butter on top, double patty, bacon. And I was like, I'm telling you, it was awesome. It was awesome.
It sounds awesome.
But
I need to take a trip to Graceland.
I was in pain for like a week. I was in pain. I was like, I don't know what's wrong with this burger. Like, I don't know if it was just too much cheese or just
probably clogged some shit up.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I was just uncomfortable for like over a week. And I was like,
bro, that's why I never understood how that guy who did Man vs. Food could do that shit. Like,
well, he got really bad, unhealthy because
I know.
That. Yeah,
I know. Like, I would assume so. Man, my pool was sitting there pounding down 2 pounds of milkshakes and 3-4 pounds of burgers. Fucking.
I was sitting there watching these fireworks, and I was just like, I just want this night to be over.
Pizza.
I want to go home.
Like, man, that guy used to throw food back like it was nothing. I'm just like, I can't
he has
do
a
that.
TikTok now, and he does some smaller food stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Destin, now that you're back, who killed Laura Palmer?
Okay. Got a quick question.
Okay.
Is it a main cast or is it somebody that we briefly saw?
Oh, no, they're part of the main cast.
Yeah, main cast.
Female or male?
I'm not going to tell you that.
I'm not going to tell you all that. Yeah.
All right. I'm not. All right.
That's going to ruin the who done it aspect for you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It just happens to be something that I happened to pick out the very first during the pilot episode. And it's mostly just because I'm just pretty good at deduction. So I could have been wrong though. I had a lot of arguments with my friends during, the old Twin Peaks days about who it might be. And everybody was like, no way, Jamie, it's not that one. And I'm like, it is. I'm telling you, it is. And I was
all right. First thing is I was going to say the Asian lady, but I think that's too easy. I'm not going to go with my instincts. I'm gonna say the Bobby character or Lucy.
Lucy.
Okay.
I'm gonna
It's
go.
not Lucy.
Since
I'll
I
tell you
can't get a
that.
male or female, I got to go with one male, one female.
All right. We'll see. We'll see as the mystery unfolds.
Lucy does end up thinking though that she had something like she had an effect on everything because of the chocolate bunny, which I think is so funny. And you'll see
Well,
later why.
I'm just like, all right, why are we focusing on what she does, like making all these donuts and all that kind of stuff?
Right.
I'm like, is there something beneath the surface here?
She's a lot more important than even Marcus knows right now. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
A lot more important than even Marcus knows.
All I'm saying is, will I realize? All right, I'll ask this: will I realize her importance by the end of the 3rd season?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So you haven't seen the 3rd season, Marcus?
He's
I'm
at the
in
end.
the last 2 episodes.
Okay. And
I
what
got
year
2
does
more
that
episodes left.
do they happen
27.
back to back, or are they all like a big time?
2017.
The first 2 seasons happen back to back, and then 25 years after 2017, we pick back up.
Dang, 2017.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Did they
it
get
makes
everybody
sense.
back?
It makes sense for the storyline, especially for Cooper.
Yes.
And we get some back.
Not all.
Not all.
Okay. Is it because do they kill him off screen, or is it just they just don't return?
He doesn't die. Cooper doesn't die. I don't want to say too much, but just know that the first 2 seasons, okay, the first season's short, the second season is long because they extended the season because of a writer's strike at the time. But it is famous for having the cliffhanger ending. Okay. And I'm not going to tell you what it's in 92. They had the cliffhanger ending because David Lynch was trying to get another season. He wanted to continue. So they thought if they left it as a cliffhanger that the people might demand it. But it turned out that that's not what ended up happening. But over the years, Bravo took up the series and they started playing it, and they added all these intros with the log lady. And so those intros with the log lady that I was talking about, they all come from the Bravo network and their showing of Twin Peaks, which I always found a lot more helpful. It helped show you where to put your emotion, kind of.
Right.
So Bravo took that up. They played it for a while in reruns. And then I don't know, it just kind of like disappeared off the radar. And I really hadn't thought about it a whole lot from like the year probably 2000, 2001, you know, up until, I don't know, I guess it was around 2013-ish. And then in 2013, I happened to catch it, I could watch it for free. Because back then, YouTube had a lot of stuff on here that shouldn't have been, you know. So I watched Twin Peaks again, and I was like, it reinvigorated my love of the show. And then one night, I'm sitting there and I'm watching Shameless. Shameless gets over. This is on Showtime. And all of a sudden, I'm leaving the room. I hear the Twin Peaks music. I'm like, stopped in my tracks, turn around. I look at the TV and it says coming summer 2016. And I'm like, oh my God. Scott's like, what is going on? I'm like, Twin Peaks is coming back. He's like, what's Twin Peaks? He doesn't freaking know. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, never mind. I'm going on YouTube. So I came up in here and I got on YouTube and I started looking up information. I started talking to people on here about it. And pretty soon I was talking to some pretty important people. And I ended up getting involved in the Twin Peaks community that way. And ended up, once the show aired, I ended up coming on and doing a show on here for 2 years about it. So I've been pretty much involved with the Twin Peaks situation for a very long time now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. What's up, Ghostface? I hope you're having a great night, man.
And Michael Joe, I just want to say that, yeah, dude, I'm down to do a live stream together, dude.
Do it.
Let me know.
And I got a $2 super chat from Ghostface Fanatic. Thank you so much for that, man. I greatly appreciate it. Saying, hello, guys. I hope all is good. Showing support. Hey, man, everything is good. Just got done watching the first pilot episode for Twin Peaks Season 1. Every Thursday, we're going to be covering episodes, talking about this series. It's going to be great. Like, if you have not watched this yet, Ghostface Fanatic, give it a chance, man. It definitely has its horror elements. It has action. It has literally everything. But it definitely has its sci-fi horror elements. And it's weird and it's fun. And it
quirky.
also,
I
yes.
love the quirkiness.
And it also has a whodunit aspect to it. And, you know, being a Scream fan, you know we love our whodunits. So definitely give it a chance. Check it out. But thank you so much again for your super chat, buddy. And I'm going to play you a clip. So give me a second. Let's see what we got for you here, my friend. You know what? I got you.
I love that.
Keep it going, man. Damn, I was getting into that.
I know. That's how it stops.
Oh,
I don't
That's
think I
lit-
can
it
forgive
cuts.
you right now for the earworm of a song, though, because that's going to be stuck in my head for like 2 weeks now.
Like, that's when I saw that clip, I was just so disappointed because I'm like, well, why didn't you keep it going? Like, you had a good thing going there.
yeah.
Like, it's all right though. Hopefully, I'm definitely going to be uploading some more clips and stuff like that to put on here on the channel for super chats and all that stuff. And I'm also going to start doing like my own little clips of like impersonations and shit like that to, you know, give out for super chats and stuff.
You know,
That's fun.
it's crazy because like years ago, Coolio came and performed at the college that I worked at,
Nice.
and we had to kick him out, and I hated it because I was a fan, but I was like campus police, and I was like, man, this sucks.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
But
Why'd
he-
you have to kick him out?
yeah. What do you do?
Yeah, he pulled a girl on stage and was like dry humping her face, and he
Oh,
got stopped, and she almost started crying, and we had to like pull her off stage, and then her parents
yeah.
us, and so
Yeah,
we had to
that's not cool.
we couldn't let any other students on stage after that. They tried, but you know that was like the last.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's no bueno, man. That rightfully
she
so. He had to get
obviously
up out of
did
there.
not want it to happen. Like she wanted to get on stage, but he got really aggressive with her.
Yeah,
Wouldn't stop.
that's how you catch yourself a lawsuit too.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy, man. But guys, this was definitely fun. We're going to wrap up the stream here tonight. Every Thursday, we are going to do this until we get through. Of course, you know, along the way, if, you know, we can't make it or whatever, we can reschedule for the following week, whatever. We will keep in contact with each other about it. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a lot of fun picking through this series. What is your general thoughts real quick before we do head out, Destin, so far through episode 1?
Honestly, I love the vibe. It definitely gives me that 90s, early 90s feel, even with like the scores and just the backdrop. It feels real, like we're on a real location. We don't have like a CGI background. We're not doing anything like that. Like everything feels authentic, like we're actually there. That's what I love about it. And like the jazz music also, like sometimes I feel like it's like, honestly, I feel like it's sometimes out of place, but it's early 90s, so it might have been in place for that time. You know, I just can't remember or feel that, you know, but I do like it. I think it's pretty cool. I do like how it takes its time of just kind of like diving into everybody's character. And it really, even though we were there for an hour and a half, it really hasn't given us anything yet.
Right.
And it's kind of like you don't even know what you're getting into yet. Like that's how I feel. I feel like I don't even know what the show's about yet, but I feel like I know it's about a murder, but I don't know I guess because I have in the back of my mind what y'all have explained to me, like how it goes. Like I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface, so
Nope.
that intrigues me.
Yeah, not even all the characters have been shown to you yet.
Yeah,
Nope.
see, and I love the cast. Like, I mean,
Big name.
they're it brings you back to like definitely a 90s feel, and I'm a 90s kid. I love everything 90s. So yeah, I
Uh-oh.
is it now?
I think we. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we
Okay, you're
go.
back.
What's up?
Okay, you're back.
I'm about to say you froze for a second, buddy.
Did I really? Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Okay. Yeah. I honestly, I'm ready to watch the episode 2. So
That's the funny to me because Marcus was like, I didn't even realize he was going to start it. You know, he just did. And then he writes to me, he's like, I started Twin Peaks. I can't stop. I got to watch it all. And I was like, oh my God, he's totally hooked. I love it.
Yeah, and like Destin said, like it's just like it's the intrigue of what are we going to get ourselves into with the first episode, and the storytelling, and how everybody has a piece in what the story is about. And that's once I realized that from the first episode, I said, okay, we're gonna keep this thing going. And then as we got further and further and further, it's just like, yo, this shit is fucking crazy. Like, you know what I mean?
I know. I love it.
It's good. Like, it is really good though. Like, and like I said, like,
tell me,
I'm not a big sci-fi guy. I'll be completely honest. This is actually one of the few sci-fi type horror that I actually.
Sci-fi. Y'all didn't tell me that.
Well, I don't want to say there's elements.
It's elements of sci-fi, but it definitely it's good elements of sci-fi.
There's implications. How about
that?
Okay.
Yes.
I love sci-fi horror though. That's
you know what I mean?
My jam. Like,
so this is definitely one of my more like if I'm gonna label it as sci-fi horror, this is one of my more acceptable ones.
Yeah, it kind of gives me that feel of like, remember like those like early like mini series of like Stephen King movies, like the Tommyknockers, or what else was there? I know it wasn't a mini series, but like I also got like similar feels. Like I need to rewatch them to really know if I know what I'm talking about at the moment. But like sometimes they come back. If y'all remember that,
those all came out after Twin Peaks.
Heard of it?
Okay.
I think I may have peeped it, but it's been so long. But I have heard of that. That's familiar.
Yeah. And by the way, Stephen King absolutely loves Twin Peaks.
I
bet he does.
David Lynch told him, well, I was quite inspired by, some of the stuff in your books. So Twin Peaks does have a slight, Stephen King inspiration. The whole small town thing is definitely.
So it'll get your gears running with creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's how I watch stuff. I'm like, ooh, like I just thought of something, like I could like veer off too. Yeah.
If I were you,
Absolutely.
I would go back and rewatch the pilot at least one more, time, like by yourself, so you can absorb it all before we watch the second episode. Just so that you, well, unless you felt like you absorbed it all. If you felt like you absorbed it all, don't, I only watched it one time through, of course, because that's all we were offered at first. So,
okay,
right, all right. So I'm gonna ask you this: did you peep the scene where Cooper peeped out James's motorcycle in Laura's eye?
Yeah, did you see that? I think we were talking over it.
Was that at the gas station?
No, that's when they were in the police station in the room.
Yeah.
When he had the video of her and about to say all right. So definitely go back and rewatch this, just so, like she said, by yourself, so you could take everything in, and then by the time we get to the second and third episode, then you'll be like, okay, now I see how these characters from the pilot play in, and then everything else will kind of flow.
Yeah, and it's important too that you understand that Cooper has a certain kind of sixth sense about him, and that plays a very important role in all of it too.
Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Ghostface Fanatic saying, I've heard Urban Legend was a whodunit as well. That's a very good whodunit. It's underrated.
Yeah, mine too.
It is so underrated. All right. So that sounds That sounds like a watch party for another stream, but yeah, we could definitely do that as well because urban legend is the shit.
I
Jamie
think Urban
Blanks would love it if we did a watch party of that. I got to tell you that much. I've talked to him before. He's sweet. He's a nice
Who?
guy. Jamie Blanks, the director. Of
Yeah, Jamie
Oh,
Blanks,
okay.
Yeah,
Ghostface
he was
Fanatic
before. So
Ghostface Fanatic says, "Whodunits to me are so real. That's why Scream is my favorite. It's more humanly. I love the Halloween films, but that's why Scream is my number one." No, I understand. You know, whodunits, trying to guess who the killer is definitely a lot more interesting than already knowing who the killer is and then playing out the movie. I will give you that.
Now, would you be acceptable? And I thought about this a long time ago, but then after I saw Halloween Ends, I thought this would have been a perfect opportunity to try something new, which they did do something new, but try a whodunit aspect with Halloween, with Michael Myers being down and out. And if we played a whodunit and we didn't know that Corey was the killer, and they played this whole whodunit aspect, someone trying to take on the shape and be the new boogeyman of the town. But then Michael Myers comes back at the end. Like if we didn't see Corey Cunningham go through all that and transform into that, would you like to see a whodunit with the Myers mask, but also keep Michael Myers in it, but he's just kind of like down and out for the movie, but we don't know who the person is playing the new boogeyman?
It's not that I don't like the whodunit aspect to it. I just, me personally, rather leave Michael out of it because then I feel like you run into the same problem that you do with Halloween Ends. Like you run into that same problem, like, oh, the marketing was built up, for Michael versus Laurie. We really didn't get that because the real Michael Myers didn't even show up to the end. Like, and I feel like a lot of fans would spot the fake Michael Myers. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they would have, like I said, I feel like the best option, period, bar none, they should have killed Michael in Halloween Kills. Because then if you want to take the Halloween franchise in a different direction in terms of creating a new killer and a new character or making a whodunit, copycat in Michael Myers. Now, if you would have added, like, I see it playing out from like a Friday the 13th New Beginning aspect, just from a whodunit aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a fake Michael Myers, but you don't know who that fake Michael Myers is, and you think that it's the real Michael Myers, but obviously it's not. I feel like that works a lot better if the real Michael Myers isn't in the film at all. You know what I mean? I feel like it adds a little bit more punch to it because then in the audience's mind, even though we've seen him die in Halloween Kills, you still have that aspect. Did he really die? We saw him get grinded up, but is this motherfucker really supernatural? Did his spirit travel to somebody? Fans would think that because they already think he's supernatural as it is. You know what I mean? So, like, I like the whodunit aspect. I just don't like Michael being in it.
Wow. Yeah. What if, like, okay, so you're making me hesitant on writing it. But
Well,
I was gonna make a fan film about the aftermath of Halloween Ends, and it was going to be called Halloween: A New Beginning.
Well, so listen, don't let my opinion discourage you from your vision, my friend. If that's what you want to do, do it. Who's to say I don't like it? You know what I mean?
It's just something for fun, like,
right.
Like I always wanted, because like, okay, when I was younger, through younger eyes, not through these eyes now. Whenever I was younger and I first saw H2O, I almost thought in my mind that it wasn't the real Myers. Like it was a copycat. And I always thought that would have been cool, but that was me coming off a Scream. I was such a Scream person. So once I actually like understood the franchise and rewatched everything again from beginning to end, I was like, no, I was stupid. I shouldn't have thought that. But it's not now stupid, I've always thought about like making like, okay, well, what if we did a whodunit right now, like as a fan film, but people don't realize it's a fan film. It's like, it's just like after Ends and we go into like a new beginning. Like
I
just
said,
something for fun.
right. Don't let my opinion misconstrue you or what you want to do, man. Like I said, I'd fuck around and might actually like it. We always talk about it all the time. It's all about execution. You
Yeah.
can make anything work as long as you execute it properly. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm a firm believer, and it's John Carpenter's fucking fault because he did it in Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. How you make a good Halloween movie acceptable without Michael Myers is, in my opinion, you take the motherfucker out of it. I mean, because he's the star. I feel like he overshadows every other character that you want to introduce as a new killer. Because he's the guy everybody pays to see. You know what I mean?
Right.
And stuff like that. But for that's the beautiful thing about the Halloween concept. Halloween could be anything. It could be about anything. You could tell a story about any type of fucking boogeyman you want, or boogeymen, or boogie women. So if you want to turn Halloween into a whodunit, that's possible. That's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But think about it this way. Now that you say it like that, or whatever, it is interesting because remember in Halloween 4, they kind of teased that.
Yeah.
You know, like, so it's not a bad idea.
My idea is I would blend like a new, like Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, and My Soul to Take together.
Oh, I love My Soul to Take. That is such an underrated movie.
Got you.
And that would be what I'm basing this off of. And you don't think it, you just think that the boogeyman is back, but
right,
you know, you slowly reveal that the boogeyman has taken somebody else. Like I thought about this concept before Halloween Ends. So when I watched Halloween Ends, I was just thinking like it would be so cool if they went with that approach with that film.
Right.
I kind of like seeing, you know, Corey's downfall and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like love or hate it or whatever, like for whatever reasons, it's good standalone, you know, in my opinion. But I was just thinking about like, it would be so if and I don't know if it was the writers, if they had like, I would love to know their original idea for the ending of that trilogy. Like Danny McBride or whatever. Like I'm a big fan of Danny McBride. I would love to like just pick his brain and be like, man, what? I meant to ask that with James Jude Courtney when we were at Texas Frightmare. I was like, man, what was the original freaking idea, dude? Like, don't bullshit me. I want to know.
No, honestly, I'm being honest with you. I think this was the original idea. And the reason why is because, and this is the only reason why. Rowan Campbell said that he was called up for the role of Corey Cunningham before Halloween Kills was even made. He was called up for it right after Halloween 2018.
So they always had the plan.
Yeah, that was always the plan, was to basically do 2 Halloween Michael Myers, Laurie Strode movies, and then the third one pay homage to Season of the Witch by getting completely different and ignoring Michael Myers basically completely through most of the movie. But of course, the only difference is they actually had him in the movie and stuff. But that to me, when he said that, yeah, I got the call after Halloween 2018 came out, I was like, oh yeah, this is the plan from the jump. There was no other plan.
Well, you know, shit. I like it. All right. I like it. I'm not fulfilled. I'm not fulfilled with like even Laurie's and Michael's fight. As much as it's pretty cool and everything's kind of like real dark lit. It's not as epic as I wanted it to be. It's like it felt like
it was caca.
Mediocre compared to H2O.
It was caca.
I gotta stop you guys. I gotta talk because this is made for my generation. Okay.
Okay. All right.
This is my generation. This is because my generation who grew up watching it from the beginning in real time is sick of it. Okay. There has to be an end sometime. We can't keep on doing this. If we keep on asking for the same thing over and over and over again, guess what the studio heads are going to do? They're going to give us the same thing over and over and over again until we're so sick of it, we can't stand it anymore. And so that's why I am going on this, you know, like this crusade of mine to not use the word franchise. Do not use the word franchise. Use series. Do not use franchise. Here's why. Franchise is a corporate word. That is a corporate definition. You do not want the corporations to control creativity because there won't be any creativity. Okay. Here's the thing. I watched Michael Myers from the first one all the way up through. I saw now a lot of people don't, I haven't talked about this a whole lot, but I did see the original Halloween at the drive-in theater when I was a little kid, which was fabulous and fascinating for me. And my dad would probably be really mad that I'm telling you guys this because I was only 5, you know? So he was like, oh, I can't, don't tell anybody I did that. No, it's fine. You know, it's no big deal. I saw 2, you know, when it came out, but not, I had to see that on TV because I didn't end up seeing that at the theater. But I saw 3 at the theater. I saw 4 at the theater. I saw 5. I saw 6. I saw H2O. I saw Resurrection. You know, it's tradition for me to go to the theater to see a Halloween movie if it comes out. But I'm also extremely spent. I'm tired. I don't really care about Michael anymore. I don't really care about Halloween anymore. I don't really care. I'm glad that they took him and they put him in a grinder because that says something to me. That says a lot to me. It says something that I wanted to hear. And that is that things do end. Things do end. And I want to know that they're willing to do that they're willing to take something like that they've made a billion stories about and just say, it's done now. And let's move on to something new. Because right now, when are we ever moving on to something new? It's like we get a few things here and there, but I'm no big fan of Terrifier because I don't really like all the gore for the sake of gore. And Art is not, to me, he will never fit in with those other ones as far as as far as a killer goes. He won't fit in with Jason and Michael and Leatherface and Freddy. He just doesn't, you know. Maybe he will one day, but not for me because I'm from a different generation. And I happen to think that is going too far, that they've pushed it too far. There was a time when I wouldn't go see Saw because I thought they were pushing it too far. Little did I know I was wrong about that. I found out I was wrong about that quite quickly. But still, Hostel pushed too far. You know what I mean? Right. So I'm just saying that I need to see something fresh. I need to see that there's still creativity out there and that people want to see something new rather than hold on to the traditions. Because if we keep on holding on to these traditions, that's just all we're going to ever get. So
no, I get what you're saying.
I'm on a crusade.
Where my issue, no, and I understand, you know, but where my issue is with it is, like I said, there's ways to execute it. I have no problem with a Halloween film not being about Michael Myers. But one, don't sell me a can of goods like it is. You're hyping it up that this is, you know, Michael versus Laurie in the promotion. And then on top of that, don't introduce me to a whole new character that I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about because I'm just now getting to know him. You know, like if they would have had this character come in sooner, I felt like it would have been better. It would have made more of an impact, you know, seeing that turn slowly but surely. And I just feel like if you were going to go in this direction, like again, I'm all for the creativity. You should have killed Michael Myers back in Halloween Kills. You should have thrown him in the meat grinder then, because then we still get that satisfaction that, okay, the Michael Myers character, his story is over. But now in this next one, we have this new entity that favors Michael Myers in terms of feel, in terms of how the town is turning him into the boogeyman. But he's his own entity. He's his own type of killer. He's his own type of character.
But if you use Halloween for that, then it's not I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me, because Halloween is Halloween. Halloween is.
Well, see, but this is the thing. If you go by with what John Carpenter originally wanted for Halloween, we
Yeah,
weren't
I
even
know.
supposed.
I know about
we weren't
that.
even supposed to get a second Michael Myers movie, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they obviously wanted to follow in the footsteps of John Carpenter in a sense that at the end of the day, Halloween could be about anything. The villain could be anybody, you know. And I get that, but I just don't like. This is my biggest issue with what they did in terms of killing Michael Myers off the way they did that way, because they contradicted themselves the whole movie. You know, we don't know if Michael Myers is old, if he's decrepit, if he can't do anything what he used to do anymore. Then the next minute, motherfucker is Michael Myers. He's strong. He's destroying people. You know, like, that's another thing that I had an issue with, was the contradiction. I would rather much have him killed off, and then you would have took the Friday the 13th New Beginning route, which in my opinion is one of my more favorite Friday the 13th films. Why? Because they got different with it. Nobody expected that to be a copycat Jason Voorhees.
Oh, I can tell you from experience, because I was there in the theater watching part 5, okay? And my babysitter stood up out of her chair and screamed, "What the," you know? And I'm like 11 years old, and I'm like, "Yeah, what the," you know? I was angry. I was ticked off. Here I think I'm getting Jason. I should have noticed the blue on the mask, right? No, did I notice that? No, I didn't notice that. See, this is the thing. I don't even remember where I was going with that. Sorry. Brain fart. I was so angry. And that movie in its own right is good. I'm not saying it's a bad movie, and it actually is a good movie. It's just that it's not a Jason movie. It's not Jason. It's not a Friday the 13th movie. I know it is, but it's the redheaded stepchild of the Friday the 13th.
And then we can relate to that, because that's how a lot of us who don't like Halloween ends feel. You know, you said you were going to give us this final epic showdown between Michael and Laurie, especially given what we got at the end of Halloween Kills. We see her leaving the hospital. We see her with the knife. She's going to go after him. And then you go in this direction for what? Like, I get it to be different and not be repetitive, and that's all cool, and that's all fine and dandy. But what you do with that is you leave a massive plot hole. How did Michael even get in the house to begin with at the end of Kills? How did he escape with all those cops and everybody around? You know, like, what? Nobody noticed him leave. Like, also, they said the more he kills, the more he transcends. Now, Brandon said this to me the other day in the stream, now you can count it. You don't have to count it because it's in the book. But in the book for Halloween Ends, they said that in his cave, he had multiple skulls of all the people that he would take down there and kill. Well, if you're telling me the more he kills, he transcends, how the fuck are you then selling me that he's old and he can't do it anymore? But then when we see him kill somebody, this motherfucker hulks up and it's like, yeah, I'm back. It's like, that's what really just bothers me about it, because it's like, you still could have made Michael Myers look like Michael Myers while keeping him in the background and introducing Corey, and they just contradicted it. And that's the biggest issue I have with it. You could have still had Michael Myers be Michael Myers while Corey is still out doing his thing. Now you have that double whammy, because now everybody, it's kind of like a whodunit in a way if you do it that way. You know what I mean? Corey's killing these people here. Michael's killing these people here. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on, because now you have to be like, okay, well, wait a minute. If these set of people were killed at this time, and then these people were killed only a few minutes after, it can't be the same person. You know, now you create that, like, now you kind of create that whole whodunit aspect, and I kind of like that a lot better than what they did. They just made Michael too fucking weak for my liking, and I felt, especially for James Jude Courtney, for the job that he did in 18 and Kills. I personally, as a fan, and maybe I'm just fanning out too much, I thought it was a slap in the face and it was disrespectful.
Aww.
I did. I thought it was so disrespectful to the work that he put in playing that role, trying to make the audience feel that Michael Myers is back. And
Yeah, 'cause
then
they made him a bitch to a
yes,
kid.
like
I don't
that
think-
just
I would
just-
accept ends a little bit more if Corey went down there and Michael handed him the knife and the mask instead of there be a little struggle and him rip it off of Michael. I think I could accept that because it's like at least Corey's not overtaking Michael. This
Right.
is Michael being like, feel the power, feel, you do your thing.
Now that you kind of say it like that, and some people might not like this, but in my opinion, this is maybe how you eliminate that problem, eliminate the whole Michael problem. Even though some fans are still going to be pissed off because he's not in the movie, but you're still not really damaging the character or whatever, and you still keep the body and the specimen somewhat alive if you want to bring it back in that timeline. But in that moment, when that power is transferring over to Corey, maybe Michael just drops. It's like it's not him anymore. He whatever evil was in him left him. So now, especially being he's an old man, now that's carried on to Corey. And Michael just drops. He's in the cave. He's dead. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever that evil presence was in Michael fully goes to Corey. And now we move forward with the movie. I feel like fans of Michael Myers would have been a lot more accepting of that because then it would have been like, you know what? Okay, he did kind of have that little bit of supernatural element in him that we always thought. So us seeing the power leave him because he is old, he is decrepit, all that, we can accept that a little bit more because that makes sense. That evil left him and went to a new body. Your whole pitch at the end was that evil changes shape, right? Meaning evil can just float on to any old human shape. Could have just did it that way. But I will say
that
this.
goes into what I have
I
an
think
idea.
he is going to come. I think if David Gordon Green isn't asked to do another Halloween film again,
He won't.
I don't think he is. But I personally do believe, whether it's a motion picture or a fan film, I think somebody's going to pick that idea up about Corey Cunningham, being the new Michael. That's just me. That's just me. I don't know.
But Corey's dead now, right?
There's a lot of us that don't think so. And this is the reason why I don't think so. Is because if you had that transfer, and even James Jude Courtney said on Night's stream that there was a transfer of power, and then you seen Corey, mannerisms like Michael, the walk was like Michael, the way he would roll up on people, stuff like that. If you want us to believe that the evil and the strength that Michael possessed went into Corey, then I am led to believe that his survival for death is high up there like Michael was for so long as well. Especially him being a younger specimen.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible, man. And even Craven and me talked about it. It's like you don't see him get taken away in the ambulance. Like you don't see his body.
I wish they would have showed something about like his body or something, the aftermath, because all we get is like Jamie Lee during the day.
And with Allison.
Yeah.
So
Allison took his body and put it in the trunk and then drove away.
just waiting for the day he wakes up. Let's do it. Ghostface Fanatic says, I just think that Resurrection is a great film. That's just me. I love the setting. It's different. Hey, I tell this to everybody, and I say it about Halloween Ends too. If you like the movie, if you love it, I'm all here for it. Why? Because then that ensures me, one way or another, we're most likely going to get more Halloween movies, more Michael Myers movies, or just more Halloween movies in general. I've never been one to shy away and introduce something different to the Halloween franchise. That's why Season of the Witch has grown on me. You know what I mean? But Michael Myers is the moneymaker. So
Des is raising his hand.
Go ahead, Des.
I'm not ashamed to admit I like Resurrection too. to some capacity. Like,
I love it. It's really fun.
I think it's such a fun movie.
Right.
I think it might be out of the realm of Halloween. It's not a good Halloween movie as far as we're following story and Lori
Right.
and all this kind of stuff. But you put anybody, any other killer in that scenario with this type of movie, this would be a hit. This was a little bit ahead of its time, a little bit, if you really think about it, with the whole streaming aspect.
It was.
It was
Right.
fun. The cinematography was good.
Yeah.
Some of the kills were kind of cool, like the crushing of the head, or like I liked it. It had a all right. This is what certain movies have a fun house aspect to it.
Right.
You know what? I'm
And
not going to
that's
lie
what
real quick.
Resurrection embraced. Like that, it was just like, I don't think it was a movie that was supposed to be serious or anything like that. This was like a movie. It was like, we're just gonna have fun with this, and we're just gonna, and I felt it.
You got Busta Rhymes dressed as Michael Myers saying, doing karate to Michael Myers. It's freaking awesome. That is outstanding.
It's a cult classic. It should be one of those movies that's just like, don't judge it as a Halloween movie. Judge it as just a funhouse type of slasher horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do agree that Busta Rhymes should have got killed at that part where he was punking Michael. That would have made the movie a little bit better. But this movie is never boring. It's got some really good cinematography. It's got some really creative kills. And there's this whole... It has a good cast, too. Yeah,
it's not a bad cast.
The cast is really cool. You have like a young early 2000s cast going on here. Like you got, like the guy from American
Thomas.
Sean Patrick Thomas. Like I wanted him to live really. But I mean the guy from what's his name?
American Pie.
Nicholas, like Thomas Nicholas or whatever. Yeah, from American Pie, Rookie of the Year. Man, Tyra Banks was in it. Like, I don't really care for her. She was kind of a throwaway character, but it just was fun, and I had a lot of fun with it. And I remember seeing that movie in the theaters. I was working at the movie theaters at that time, and I remember everybody having fun in that theater.
It was fun.
It was fun.
It was.
And there were certain kids and teenagers or whatever that were frightened. I wasn't really scared, but there were moments I was like, oh, yeah, Michael's still kind of scary in some aspects, but it's just not that type of movie. I mean, I think that like the way the movie opens and we get introduced to our characters, we knew we were into something different. Like, I think the movie would be more acceptable if it wasn't a continuation of H2O. If it did not do the continuation, if it was a standalone and it didn't even like explain anything from H2O, like say that was Halloween: A New Beginning, and they didn't even touch on Jamie Lee Curtis or anything at the beginning, right? And they just went into it, I think it would be a lot more acceptable.
Now, I actually just did my Halloween deep dive ranking. I ranked all the films, from my perspective of worst to best. And I know this is going to be a hot take to some. But I have Halloween Resurrection ranked ahead of it. And the reason why I like Halloween Resurrections more of a film, one, you just said it, Destin, it's never boring. I found Halloween Ends quite boring. Two, Halloween Resurrection, for as much shit as we give it, what they did to the Laurie Strode character, when you think about it, there are two positives to come out of that. One, they had the balls to tell Jamie Lee Curtis, you're not going to write this story. We're moving on in a different direction. We're just going to kill your character off. And two, because they created a shock value. None of us seen that coming. We never walked into that theater expecting that her character was going to die in the first 10 fucking minutes. They created, oh, really?
I did too.
Oh,
I did. After when I saw the trailer, I was like, she's not throughout the rest of this. What's going on here? Either this is the ending of the movie or this is the beginning.
Right. And
I knew because in the
I
news
feel
they
like
said she didn't want to do it.
I feel like why I can accept it a lot more now than I did then is because they created a moment that we still talk about years, and years later. That's whether it's a negative, in so many ways, it's a positive too. And personally, I like the whole aspect of taking Michael and putting him in front of characters that mean nothing to him. There's no sibling link, there's none of that shit. So the concept was right, in my opinion. I just think the execution wasn't right. Do you take Lori out of that opening scene? Most likely, so you don't upset the fan base. But if you keep her in that scene like they did, you create a moment that lasts a lifetime because especially with what we just got with Halloween Ends, and you just talked about it, Destin, about it definitely felt like Lori, like Jamie Lee Curtis, had a lot of creative control with where this story was going to end. In my opinion, they, in Halloween Resurrection, kind of gave us that in a way, and I kind of actually like it now because nothing against Jamie Lee Curtis. Love her as an actress. It's cool if you want to have some creative control, but make it fair. Make it to where it's not just about what you want. Make it fair for the audience for both characters, Michael Myers and Laurie Strode. Don't just go in there bulldoze and saying, oh, I want it this way and this is how it's going to be. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. And I get it. What they did after Halloween H2O, basically reneging on her killing Michael, I get it. I understand why this time around when she came to the table, she ensured her way was going to stick. But in my opinion, it just doesn't land to the great effect that her dying in Resurrection does. Like I expected Michael to die or Laurie to die in Halloween Ends. I think we all were well aware one of them two were going to die. So when Michael died and got ground up, like, was the kill cool? Hell yeah. You know what I mean? But did I give a shit? No. And I should have gave a shit because that's my favorite horror movie character of all time. And seeing him get ground up, like,
I still think Hawkins should have shot, like, he should have jumped up one more time, tried to grab Laurie.
And see that right there.
And Hawkins shoots him off of grabbing Laurie, like in the head. Like he finally takes that shot and he falls into the grinder. Yes,
the shot that he prevented Loomis from taking. I'm glad that you brought that up because going into Halloween Ends, I said, if Michael's going to die, I wanted to see Hawkins be the one to do it. But while he's doing it, you get those flashbacks to Loomis and Kills, with the, 78 recreation. And then he takes the shot. Because the way they set up Hawkins in Kills, like, he should have had a way more bigger impact on Michael getting killed, man. Like, why did you give us all that playback scene showing us that Hawkins had a way bigger role in keeping Michael Myers alive, only to not do nothing with him in Halloween Ends? He should have been a part of that kill. Like, he should have been the one killing Michael, in my opinion. Like, but hey, it's etched in stone. We got what we got. I give them credit for trying something different. This is something I will not take away from them. They got fucking balls, man. It takes a lot of fucking balls. It takes a lot of balls to do what they did and really afterwards say, hey, we made our movie. Go fuck yourself if you don't like it. Because in so many words, that's what they said.
Now, I like that, though. I want to give them hugs for that.
much to their credit, though. And I will give them this credit, too. They fucking warned us. It's not like they didn't tell us. They told us leading into the press for that movie, this movie is going to be different. It's going to upset most of you diehard Halloween fans.
Yep, they did.
And damn it, they didn't disappoint. So, who knows?
So you think Resurrection's better than Ends?
I really do. I do. Like I said, mostly it comes down to an enjoyment factor for me. You know, because we did reach to a level with that movie where it just got fucking silly.
Mm-hmm.
But
But
when
it was
you
like a
think
ghost house movie, but with Michael
right,
Myers.
but that's what
the
I'm
feel
saying.
I got with it.
So when you really think about it, though, it went in a direction that Halloween 5 tiptoed in with the comedic stuff, but they took it to another level in Resurrection. And in so
but
many
Halloween
ways,
5 sucked, man.
I know, but I'm talking about the comedic aspects of it, like incorporating comedy. Because before that, we never really had much comedy elements to Halloween. Like
That's true.
what funny moments can you really say stand out, like in the original Halloween series?
Okay, but the one thing that I liked about Resurrection was like, yeah, there was comedy with some of our characters, but when something serious happens, you felt it. It was like,
Right.
oh shit, now we're serious, you know?
The characters were really, really likable.
They
And
were.
that made a difference.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of the comedy aspect, though, like they took the comedy aspect that really wasn't in the Halloween franchise and they just kicked it up a little bit. And for me, that was refreshing because, yes, is it silly watching fucking Busta Rhymes watching lead the shit out of Michael Myers? Yes, but it's fucking funny. We still talk about it to this day. Like, it is hilarious. It is.
It just,
you know,
I honestly, like, I thought for years, like, what's his name? Sean Patrick. What's his name?
Thomas. Sean Patrick Thomas.
I thought him and the main girl should have lived. They were my two favorite. I was like,
okay,
let Busta Rhymes do his whatever, but he's got to get got. And let him two survive.
Oh, poor Busta. I love Busta. I love that he lived through it. I'm gonna stick up for Busta.
I hated when Sean Patrick Thomas died. I was like, I like this dude. Like he's such a good actor. He was also like the most like everybody else was either dopey or a lot of sexual innuendos. There's always something about them that was kind of like, yeah, you're kind of shitty in certain areas. Like, you know, but his character was just a good guy. All he liked to do was cook, you know? And I wish he would have survived. Like, I don't know. Like, and Busta Rhymes, he was kind of shitty too. He was making money off of this whole thing. He should have died. He should have had the most epic death. Like Michael fucked him up. All right.
I'm not disagreeing with you that he should have died, but I will say this: as much as I hate the part where he does punk Michael, see, that's where I knew it was getting a little too out of control with the comedy shit. You know what I mean? Because he should have died right then and there. You know what I mean? The real Michael Myers, he fucked him up. Yeah. But years later, when you think of that dialogue, it is fucking hilarious. What did my boy say? Scoop, Ganado, get the fuck out of Dodge. Like,
yeah.
And it's because you never envision a director or a writer writing a character to speak to Michael Myers like that and living to tell about it.
Exactly. I mean, it was cool seeing the shot of him walking in and then Michael behind him. I was like, oh, what's going on right now? That was a thing that was like what's going on right now. But then when that happened, I was like, yeah, I mean, it was kind of, I heard the audience and they kind of laughed and they were kind of cool with it, with him walking away. But yeah. Have you seen the alternate ending of Resurrection?
Yes,
no,
I have.
Is there an alternate?
Yeah, where
is it the one when he comes up out the well?
No, the one I recall, I have to rewatch it, but the kid that was helping the girl on the streaming, how he's like, hey, he's to your left, he's to your right. He busts in, saves her, and then if I'm remembering correctly, Busta Rhymes, whenever he was like, you look a little, chicken fried, blah, 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 blah. And he's talking shit to him or whatever on the gurney.
Right.
And then Michael Myers pops up, and then the girl grabs one of the axe from the fire truck and like hits him straight in the head and kills Michael Myers on the gurney.
Now, see, you want to know why I'm glad they didn't keep that? Because then,
how did Dexter get there like that?
Well, no, because then it disrespects what you just had Jamie Lee Curtis come back for. Like, if you're going to kill Michael, if you're going to kill him with the same axe and really expect us to believe that he's dead this time, like, then you should have just did that. You kept it, the way it was with H2O, because that was way more anticlimactic. Go for it.
I always wanted to see what happened after Resurrection, where he woke up in the hospital. I always wanted to see something take place back in the hospital, and I thought we were going to get that with Kills. I just wanted to see Michael just go rampage through the hospital again, like the whole entire movie.
Right.
Listen, you guys are so creative, right?
I'm not.
I think what you two need to do is get together, put your heads together, come up with a new character that we all can love, and then write us a good movie with a new character. Not a Michael, not a Jason, not a Freddy, but somebody new. Use your brains, because I think you got them. So,
well, see,
you guys got a lot of good
ideas.
Thank
you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
I greatly appreciate that. One thing I will say is this, though. If we were to do that, I think the core essence of capturing the Halloween theme is creating a boogeyman, like something that people can really buy as a boogeyman. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and that's why I bought into Michael Myers so much. Those shots in '78 of him just creeping outside, and Tommy Doyle's looking out, and he can see him right across at Lindsay's house, like out front and shit, like that captures a feel of a real life boogeyman, like, because that's some creep shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I always thought that they were going to do something with Lindsay living, and remember how she was watching that TV in 1978 and how she was mesmerized. I thought they were going to integrate, like, she got hypnotized by Silver Shamrock at that moment, and she was going to be the twist in Halloween Ends. I know that's just too much of me. Just
that's actually pretty good, though. That's pretty
my
good.
gears running, but I was like, why did she live and everybody else died? Why? And maybe that's what she wanted. In order to come back, you got to make my character live or something. Like when you got star power, when she was like, what is it? What's that show she's on? The Housewives. Yeah. And Jamie Lee Curtis, you have creative control over your character. If they really want you to be in this movie, you have a little bit of creative control over your own character. And you can be like, I want my character to live, or I'm not signing on, like just in case.
Right.
We're talking about Halloween novel.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what I'm going to do after this stream is I'm going to clip this part of the live stream out so that we can separate the Halloween talk from the Twin Peaks talk.
Yeah.
This will basically
kind of transition.
Yeah, this will basically be uploaded tomorrow as bonus content. There you guys go.
Awesome.
But yeah, like, man, I feel like there are so many things you could do with the Halloween franchise. And I guess this is why I do admire Halloween 3 so much, because John Carpenter understood that.
I love Halloween 3.
It wasn't just about, Michael Myers. You know what I mean? Halloween could literally be about anything. There's a reason they call them the ghoulies and the ghosts. There's multiple elements and factors of Halloween that you can create villains from. And I love it. Will I always love Michael Myers? Absolutely. Do I understand that he is the breadwinner in the Halloween franchise? Yes, I do. But Halloween 3 and Halloween 4 are living proof that you can veer off of Michael Myers for one movie, create a film that may not be well received initially. You know what I mean? But maybe over time, it will gain a cult following, and then you can come back to your main star. As long as you write it in a way that is acceptable and believable, how the fuck he's still alive anyway. Like, you know, and stuff like that. Like, you can definitely do some interesting things with the Halloween franchise, but you can also still do some interesting things with Michael Myers, in my opinion. Like, I don't think we really realize, like, how much storylines that if they wanted to, they can really pick from. They can pick up from the Tommy Doyle, Lindsay Wallace, after the events of, you know, when they were children, pick up from them as adults, completely recreate a story. I don't want to see them do this, but there is Michael Myers' illegitimate son still out there with Tommy Doyle from Part 6 and, you know, Strode Kid. That's a storyline. We already know the one everybody wants, Jamie Lloyd and Rachel Carruthers back. You know, a sleeper that I personally wouldn't mind seeing is possibly Josh Hartnett make a return to the franchise. And you also,
that'd be cool.
And you also introduce, because, you know, I think another big question going into the next Halloween film, depending on what timeline or what direction we're going to get, is, are we going to get Dr. Loomis? And I personally feel, so you can kind of keep the spirit and the legacy of Loomis alive, you don't recreate a new Dr. Samuel Loomis. You introduce his son David, like was going to be planned for a Josh Hartnett sequel that never got made. Halloween 9, it was supposed to be called Halloween 9 Redemption. And Josh Hartnett was going to be signed on. Like he talked about it. He said he was going to do it. But then everything broke down and it just never happened. But the premise was that it was supposed to be Josh Hartnett returning as John Tate. He found out about Laurie's death, you know, at the mental institution. He still believes Michael is out there, so on and so forth. And then we get introduced to Dr. Loomis's son, David Loomis, who I guess like through the years, you know, was, learning about his dad, learning about Michael Myers, I guess hears about this incident, you know, back at Summers Glen and all that shit. And then they bring him in. So what's up, Destin?
What if you could actually blend Halloween 4 and H2O together?
You can.
You could have Jamie Lloyd and Josh Hartnett come back, like they end up meeting for whatever reason in Haddonfield, and still do these ideas that they originally had that were like scrap scripts, you know, and blend them together and bring them together. Like I would love to see like a team duo, like, you know, no offense, but like I love the Final Girl angle, but like Final Destination with Devon Sawa, it was a breath of fresh air. It was kind of cool that, you know, like we got a dude that's kind of like a final guy,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you know, like even Josh Hartnett, like every time, like it's very few and far between, but like if you brought it back and you had a final girl and a final guy, I don't know if has that really been done? Where you got like a final girl from part of a franchise and then you got a final guy and they're together.
House on Haunted Hill.
House on Haunted Hill. I was just gonna say that one. We were thinking the same one.
Yeah. House on Haunted Hill with Taye Diggs and Allie Lauder.
But that was a standalone movie.
Yeah, but not. Well, they did make more sequels, but it just went to DVD.
Yeah, I was just talking about I was just talking about like a franchise that is like, they got several entries. And they bring somebody that was a survivor from whatever film and then a survivor from another film, and they bring them together.
I mean, if you count Dewey from Scream.
If you had the right franchise to do that with, I'd say it would work, but I'm not so sure about I just want Halloween to end. That's all.
Oh,
what's his name?
She wants it to end.
Yes, I'm going to do a hunger strike if they make another one.
About to say, what's his name? Friday the 13th Part 2. Didn't that dude live?
Hell, I don't know. I ain't seen Halloween. Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th Part 2.
Where's Paul?
Years.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, didn't Paul live?
No one ever found out. I asked that question 1,000 times. Like even right when the movie ended, I looked at my mom. I said, "Where's Paul?" And She's
We
like,
need to
"Oh."
rewatch that entire franchise because it's been years.
I
Right.
rewatch it twice a year. It's,
Do you?
But
it's oh yeah, it's my favorite. It's my favorite
but
of all of the
it's
series. It's my favorite. And
it's
part
funny
2
you
is
bring that up.
Friday the
It's
13th.
funny you brought that scenario up though, Destin, about blending Josh Hartnett in with Jamie Lloyd's storyline, because I did a video right after Halloween Ends came out, and I did this like 6 ways back to Haddonfield, and I talked about how many people don't believe it can happen, but it can happen, that you blend John Tate and Jamie Lloyd's storyline in, and this is for the sole reason. So many people say, oh, they can't because remember, they exited Jamie Lloyd's story out in Halloween H2O. But if you go on the premise of Halloween 4 and Halloween H2O, Laurie faked her death. So that means Jamie never knew her mom was alive. Laurie just went on and had a new life, had another kid, and that was it. So that is very, very possible. Man, don't get me started. That shit would be amazing. I would love for Josh Hartnett and Danielle Harris to be in the same film, in a Halloween film together, because not only does it help Danielle Harris get back in the franchise, but now you have that one big name. And I said this before, it's no disrespect to Danielle Harris, but with just selling her as a returning star to the Halloween film, it could struggle because she's not like a mainstay in Hollywood. Even though Josh Hartnett took a hiatus, you're talking about a guy who's won Oscars and shit like that. Everybody's excited that he's back in Hollywood. He's a box office draw.
Yeah, he's coming back.
He's a box office draw. So that would go hand in hand, in my opinion. Like, just like I said about Paul Rudd, like,
as much as I would like Paul Rudd to be back in it, I don't think it would work in any aspect. I don't
never
see
worked
it.
in the beginning. He's
I
not
don't-
right.
I feel like he was a little miscast.
Yeah, very.
And I feel like it couldn't work. I mean, if we wanted, okay, let me ask you something, Marcus. Would you want Danielle back, or would you want Paul Rudd's character back? Who would you want?
Want them both. I want them both. But if I'm going to choose, I'm going to take Danielle.
You would want both of them back equally. Or if you had to choose which storyline, which way you want to go back.
Well, see, that's the thing. Tommy fits into that Jamie Lloyd storyline. Like,
you guys know how much I remember about 4, 5, and 6?
Listen, I'm going to be honest.
I saw 6 in theaters.
I saw 6 in theaters.
I'm going to be honest.
I saw them all in theaters. You know how much I remember?
I remember that trailer.
0.
The boogeyman and that lightning.
I'm gonna be honest though. Why I like Paul Rudd in Halloween 6, especially like now that it's grown on me, considering the other roles that he has had along the way to his rise to superstardom, is that he was kind of thrown off. He was kind of weird. He was kind of odd. I felt like he played the role that they told him
to end for a sequel.
He was trying to be Tommy in the New Beginning, Friday the 13th, the New Beginning. He was doing the whole Tommy.
I don't want him. I don't want to see Paul Rudd play that type of character.
No, he's funny and cute, and he needs to stay funny and cute. He's so cute.
No. We need to bring the strange. We need to bring the strange Paul Rudd back. Damn it! That's the first time I got introduced to Paul Rudd. That's why it also holds a little bit more for me or whatever and stuff. That's where I became a fan of him.
And Danielle back before Paul Rudd.
I get that. I
get that, but I still want Paul Rudd back too.
I saw Clueless long before I saw part 6, and I was like, "What the heck is Paul Rudd doing in this part?" It doesn't make sense.
Was Clueless
to me.
Before 6?
I guess so. It had to be because I definitely
it had to be like a
saw
year apart.
I knew who Paul Rudd was, and I said to my husband, he was my boyfriend at the time, but I said, "This is weird. Why is Paul Rudd in this part? This makes 0 sense. He's a funny guy. He's not supposed to be doing this. It doesn't make any sense to me."
Sometimes you got to branch out.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with branching out. He did a good job, in my opinion.
I was
got paid.
You're hurt my feelings over here, man. Just shitting on my homeboy. It's Tommy Doyle.
I'm sorry.
No,
So
it's all
sorry.
good. No, it's cool. No, because I get it. Especially with how that movie played out, I can understand why some feel he might have been miscast. Again, especially with the roles that he has gone on to play, it definitely is something different seeing him play that type of role. I felt like he did a good job, and I think that it would be cool to see him back. But if we would get both Danielle and Josh Hartnett back, like, I'm not going to sit there and cry about Paul Rudd not being back as Tommy Doyle. I just personally think in order to sell tickets, they do have to have somebody big name that's going to draw in money. I hate to say it like that. Love Danielle Harris. She's not a Hollywood darling, and that counts when it comes to the finances of the Halloween franchise. That's the truth of the matter is this. Halloween 2018 doesn't do those numbers without Jamie Lee Curtis on the billing. So you got to have that. And hey, though, if we can get Josh Hartnett with her, yeah, let's go.
I am like, it's hard for me to have this conversation with you guys. I hope you know, because
I know.
It's really difficult because I don't feel that way about it at all. I feel
I know.
like
You're ready to move on from Michael Myers. I get it. I understand.
It's not just that one though. Like all of them. I'm talking about Friday the 13th. I'm talking about Freddy. Right. I'm talking about all of them. It's time. Can't they make Hellfest 2? I mean, that was a really good serial killer. I really like that. That was awesome. The idea that this guy is obsessed with going to these, haunts, these, not scary farm kind of thing, and go in there and actually like stalk someone and kill them wearing these creepy masks is fascinating. And I loved it. And I loved the end where you find out he's actually a family man with a family. It blew my mind. And I'm like, why can't they make more of this? Or how about Sinister? I want to see more Bagul. He was great. He's a really, really scary demon. I like it. I think
right.
they're so stuck in a rut on all of these old franchises, and they're so old. We don't need them anymore. I'm like 50. I'm 50, so for me it's like, come on guys, I am tired of the same.
Well, see, this is
Jamie,
this is the problem. Listen, this is the problem.
You're not.
I seriously am.
Yeah, she just celebrated her 50th birthday like a month and a half ago.
Yep, June 1st. Yeah,
you're drinking the fountain of youth.
I know.
She does look young as hell for her age.
If you see me up close though, you're gonna see a few wrinkles. It's this camera smooths it out.
Yeah,
with this lighting,
I'm right there with you.
On.
No, but seriously, people at home here too, everyone knows me because I live in a small place like Twin Peaks, but if you don't know me, you're gonna card me. It's just the way that it is. I get carded for alcohol when I go to the grocery store. I get carded for cigarettes, and it's really funny. It just cracks me up.
Ghostface Fanatic
should make you feel good though.
It does. It does.
Ghostface Fanatic says, I thought Hawkins should have died in Halloween 2018. I don't know how he survived.
I honestly wanted his character to survive, so I'm not mad about that.
Me neither. I do get it though, because Sartain did, poke him in the neck with that penknife, and then he got ran over and stuff. But hey, my boy's a soldier. He survived it, and he lived to tell another story another day. Go for it, buddy.
You're doing the whole Eric thing when you do that. It's so funny.
So what? Okay, and I'm still thinking about this. How I wanted Hawkins to die, and it might be tragic. Okay, so when we watch Halloween Kills, I honestly wanted Michael Myers to be brought to the hospital, and he does a rampage. Like, it kind of ends there, but and it leads into ends. But like, he wakes up, and I honestly thought that Sheriff Brackett should have went down to the morgue and like checked on his body, and Sheriff Brackett be like almost like the last kill of the movie. But leading into Halloween Ends with Hawkins still being, with it being staying the same night, Hawkins still being in that bed. What if Michael just like comes across him and Hawkins can't defend himself or do anything? He's just laying in that bed helpless.
Oh, it's
And
over.
Michael
So
ends up
That's
killing him.
scary.
I
That's
thought
scary.
like I could just like Michael just slowly walking into the room. Like you see him in the window and then he walks to the door and he just walks in and like Hawkins freaking out, you know, like can't do anything. And Michael ends up killing Hawkins, like finishing him off. Like I
right.
thought that would have been tragic. Like, I don't know. That's just wishful thinking. Like, I love Hawkins.
I think Michael Joe likes to say things to try to upset me.
Are you trying to trigger us, Michael Joe?
I think he
Real-
is. I think
Real
he's trying
quick,
to trigger
Novel
me.
Edit says, "What is your favorite Halloween movie?" 78, bar none.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm gonna have to go with 78 too, even though I really, really, really like H2O quite a bit. It's fun. I find it an interesting one. And two is a classic. So I don't know. It's hard between 78 and Halloween 2 for me because I like them. I actually like watching them both together because it's like one leads right into the other. So
If okay, I respect Halloween 1978. I love it, and I agree it's a great movie. I like Halloween. I think Halloween 2 is probably my favorite.
it's
honestly.
a good one.
I love the way it ends. I just
Great
it's
kills
the
in
one-
it.
it's the one that I remember staying up late and watching it when I wasn't supposed to watch it. It was the one that gave me the most chilling feelings, you know?
Right.
Like
right.
Yeah, it's one of the best sequels of all time. You can make the case that it's the best.
I mean, you could ask me tomorrow and I might like another one. Like
I know.
it's one of those franchises that's just like it's like Scream. Like there's not a whole lot of duds in it. It's
Hot
they're all
take.
good.
Hot take. I actually prefer the Rob Zombie Halloweens.
Both of them?
Prefer them. Yes.
Both of them?
Both of them. And I think 2 is brilliant. So
I honestly think 2 gets more hate than it deserves. Now, there are things that I'm kind of like, I don't like, but when Michael Myers kicks, he
Marcus
kicks hard.
is upset with me.
Now, I love the whole Annie Brackett getting killed again and the sheriff finding her.
Oh,
Like,
that was
it's
so
tragic.
good.
It's such a great scene. There's so many great moments in it.
Yeah.
I just wish that it flowed differently.
I get it because the white horse and the whole like mysterious like
Yeah.
is the mom there? Is she a ghost? What is that all about? It is confusing. But
They
I
didn't
also,
have to show that so much. I could have accepted it if it was like a one-time shot.
Okay, so Rob Zombie likes David Lynch in Twin Peaks. The White Horse is probably
Well, see, now I see where the fuck you got that weird shit from.
Uh-huh. You see what I'm saying? It's probably a homage to Twin Peaks, and not as many people are going to know that because not as many people have seen that as have seen Halloween.
I didn't like how they took Loomis in a Gil Weathers approach with being cocky and
Yeah,
Yep.
I get that.
Mhm.
I didn't like that
Mhm.
much.
Yep. Yep. Keep
There's
going,
certain
please.
things. I
Just
love
cut
the
it short.
opening. I love how Michael like kicks open and gets out of that ambulance. I like the ending. I like the part where he's like grabs the girl by the hair and pulls her back in the house. And
Oh, that's so scary.
there's so many good directed moments, but all this like psychological stuff that you're trying to do within it, it's like you're losing a lot of your target audience here. Like I, as a horror fan, I could probably forgive you on this stuff, but the regular Halloween moviegoer, they're gonna be like, "What the hell am I watching?" You know?
Indeed. But the thing is, okay, so anybody that watched Rob Zombie's House of a Thousand Corpses or Devil's Rejects before going to see Halloween should have expected that there was going to be some vulgarity, some strangeness, some oddities in it. that he was going to
Oh,
do
he
his
did.
own take on it, you know. And I'm glad, because for me, I look at Rob Zombie's work and I go, wow, he has his own style.
Right.
He has his own
I didn't like the shaky cam.
thing. I don't necessarily like the shaky cam either in anything. I mean, it doesn't matter what it's in. I really am not a fan of it, even in my own stuff that I make. You know, I make my own stuff in the woods. Oh, we lost Marcus.
We're alone.
Oh no.
What happened?
I thought
Oh,
we
there
were
he
all going to
is.
get kicked since, you know, you're the host.
Yeah.
I didn't do
We
anything. It
thought
must
we
be
were going to have to
StreamYard.
take over.
No, it must be the ghosts taking over.
I
ain't
know,
do shit.
Val.
I just picked up the phone and I just know it started lagging.
Oh yeah, you know what? We've been on like 3.5 hours.
Oh no, it's good. Well, shit, we've been on longer. Shit, me and Destin and Eric came on late. We was on for like 5 hours.
We're on until like 5 in the morning.
Wasn't that last week? You guys were up till like.
Look, I'm still catching up on sleep, man. Like, I'm still like, I'm good now, but like, man, I had some wild dreams. I was like out for some crazy hours from like 7 to 7, like 12 hours straight.
Yeah, man.
Deep sleep.
I can believe it.
While.
I can believe it. Shit, we put in work all week, you know, doing your job, and then we go live streaming, and we say 2.5 hours. It turns into fucking a marathon.
Yeah.
So, you know, shit, those long strides in sleep are needed, man. Shit, people just don't understand,
but
man.
You know what? Like, I'd rather be hanging out with y'all.
Right.
Being here safe.
Thank you.
Talking about the stuff that I'm passionate about.
Right.
Not out
in the
there
house,
spending
staying
a bunch
out of trouble.
Money, having to, you know, Uber from wherever to wherever. And
right.
It's just like like, look at the hours that fly by with us. Like, it's just natural. You know?
Right.
And that's when you know you're having a good time. When
absolutely.
You're with your people, you know?
Right. So now, Jamie.
Yeah.
You brought on this conversation, damn it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You mean the Rob Zombie conversation? I'm sorry. Look, I've had this conversation with everybody. Like,
well, now you get to have it with me. So let's go. Let's get it. All right.
Good, let me get some popcorn.
I just think that he's brilliant. I really do. I think he's brilliant. I think he has his own style. I think that makes him special. I think that when you see a Rob Zombie movie, you know it's a Rob Zombie movie because of the look of it and the feel of it and the way it's put together. So for me, especially as a person who takes photographs, because that's my little hobby, is I take photographs. To me, his aesthetic is so incredible. I could care less about anything else, you know. And that's, I get it. That's like the same thing with me in like The Exorcist 2. A lot of people really get on me because I stick up for The Exorcist 2 all the time. Great, it's a bad movie. I get it. I understand. It is a bad movie, but it's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. What a beautiful mess. What a beautiful mess it is, right? So I'm like this kind of person who. I don't necessarily judge movies on the same kind of criteria that a lot of other people do. I'm usually judging it on slightly different criteria. And I think that that's what makes the conversations, though, interesting with everybody, is because we all have different takes on everything. So it's kind of neat to learn, you know, somebody else's take on, you know, why they might not like something or why they might actually like something.
Do both of y'all, this is a question for both of y'all. Do you feel like that alters your opinion on a film when you hear other people's opinion on a film?
Not anymore.
You see it, or maybe after? Like, sometimes I don't want to hear anybody's opinion on anything until I watch that movie for myself. But then I also find myself, after I have my initial feelings about something, I'll go on and I'll listen to other people's ideas about it. And it will almost like, if they think poorly of the movie, it'll almost bring me down a little bit. It'll take it down a little bit notches. And it's like, I don't like that influence on me. And I know it's hard because everybody's a critic now, you know, and we're all doing it, but it's almost like bittersweet. It's like a double-edged sword because it's like, this is what we do, but it's also like, I might have liked that movie a little bit more when I walked out of it if I didn't listen to this person's opinion about it and let me see it from a different angle. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Okay, so I want to say that, okay, as being part of Region Free, okay, having these conversations with
what's
Piz,
Region
Christian,
Free?
okay, it's the show I used to be on. They have their own
Oh,
channel now. I'm not on it anymore. I got ousted, which is upsetting for me. And I don't think it was fair. But the person that owns the title and has created the new channel does not like me. So I was ousted. But he knows I have a lot of knowledge. He knows, and I'm sure he respects my knowledge base, but beside the point. I was on the show for 2 years with Piz and Christian Hannah Horror and Lauren Dixon and Dan Shine from Flesh Wound Features, Stone Gassman, like a whole bunch of people. And one of the things that bothered me was that when they would talk about a movie, sometimes their opinion of a movie that they had seen that I hadn't would bring me down and make me not want to watch something, or give me a preconceived notion about what I was going to see. And it would affect my ability to judge the movie on its own merits. So I stopped watching trailers. I stopped talking to them about movies before they came out. And I stopped, like researching stuff before something came out, so that when I would go into the theater, I would have a completely fresh and completely unblemished, start, so that I could actually judge it on its own merits, and I wouldn't have anyone else affecting my decision making. That's how I
Right.
went into Ends. That's how I went into Kills. And I came out loving them both when everybody else didn't. So,
Right.
especially Kills. The guys on Region Free were like, we had a special show when Kills came out, and we all were like, it was a hot show. Everybody was yelling and arguing with each other. And it I don't know. I prefer to not let other people's opinions on a movie affect my ability to judge it. Now, also, I have a problem with, like, and I know you guys are gonna hate this because you're doing it all the time, but it doesn't mean I dislike that you're doing it. It's just that I can't do it. Speculations, taking somebody else's story and changing it, deciding, hey, wouldn't it have been better if this happened? That bothers me a little bit, because I'm an artist. I don't want somebody to take my painting and change my painting just because they didn't like a certain placement of something. Or I don't want somebody to take my story and change something in my story because they didn't like it, because I wrote it. So in my opinion, if you go and you take somebody else's work and then you change it, I don't know, I would be a little offended if I was the creator. You know what I mean? So
I get it.
that's why I'm not into speculation so much. I don't like to speculate on what's going to, like, everybody's talking about, oh, Scream, what's going to happen in the next Scream. I don't mind listening to conversations, but I do not want to judge Scream 7 before it even comes out. I do not want to kill Scream 7 before it even comes out. Another problem I think we're all having is that we tend to talk so much about movies before they come out that we could be actually damaging because they might be listening to us, and we might be damaging, and then, the process, just because we're so picky that they come on here and they're like, what are the fans saying? And then they listen to us, and then they change their story. And is that fair? I don't know.
Okay. So this is why I do say it is kind of fair, because at the end of the day, you listen to your audience, because the audience is the ones who's paying
Right.
to see, is the ones who's making these movies as big as they are. And we're not saying that it's not the artwork. The artwork is why we go to see it. But if you don't like the artwork, you're not going to keep paying. You're not going to keep paying for the paintings, So I feel like it's an even split when it comes to, in terms of fairness, because yes, especially when you've given your fan base, when you spoil your fan base with such good quality, you know, of course there's going to be theories. Of course there's going to be speculation, especially when, unfortunately, the original creator is no longer with us. And we have new creators who have added additions to the original creator's story that we basically would have known if the original creator was alive, probably wouldn't happen, you know, and stuff like that. So I think especially like for, you know, because regardless to what, whether you're making videos and stuff like that, you know what I mean? I think as horror fans, you know, at some point you do tend to wonder, okay, especially by what you watch in the movie, okay, maybe they are going in this direction, you know? Maybe they have decided that they've seen something in a previous film that they felt like they can do something with, and now they're adding it to their films and with while keeping it within the realm of what the, you know, original legacy holds and stuff. Like, and I get it. I had a friend of me, and I'm gonna pick back up on this after I get to the super chat from the Bearded Entertainment, my good buddy Eric coming through. Thank you so much, man. I greatly appreciate you, my friend. I hope you're having a great night. Eric saying, look at these people burning the midnight oil. That's right. That is right.
We
done transitioned from Twin Peaks to Halloween and now a little bit of Scream.
Yeah.
And stuff. But thank you so much for your super chat, Eric. I greatly appreciate you, my friend. And for that, I am going to play you a clip. Give me 1 second. See what I got for you here. I know I could have sworn I uploaded more. All right. Give you this one.
Dude, that was good, man.
That was so funny.
Yo, I saw that one with the dog, and I was just like, yo, I gotta get that one. I was like, that one is just classic right there. I died. I laughed my ass off when I saw that. Thank you again so much, Eric, for your super chat, my friend. I hope you're having a great night.
That was super funny.
Hell yes.
You guys got to teach me how to do these things, because I don't know how to do these things, like play little clips and stuff on my show. I want to know how to do this. I don't even know how to do it.
Go ahead, man.
So basically what you do, Jamie, is when you are on StreamYard and you see where your brand section is, you scroll down and it'll say overlays or video clips, and then you can just upload them right there.
Oh, awesome. Okay. That's
You
good to know.
you have to make sure, especially for like the overlays and stuff, they're like PNGs, JPEG type, you know, filed, you know what I mean, and all that stuff. It won't let you download like a WEP or whatever file or anything like that. It has to be strictly certain type of files.
You want me to show you a cheat?
Yeah.
Go for it.
That my son taught me, because he does a lot of Fortnite stuff. He's like, Dad, you're doing it the hard way. Let me show you. You screen record a video, right? You clip it to where it's just like 16:9 or whatever that can fit the screen, and then you upload it to YouTube, but unlist it. Don't put it public. Put it unlisted, and then download it, because it automatically makes it like an MP4 format.
Oh.
When you do that, you download it to your computer, and then he's like, you can use it for whatever, because it automatically transfers it. And
That's
I'm like,
Okay. So it's converting the file basically.
yeah. It's converting the file, and it's really quick. And he's like, you're doing it the long way. And I'm like, all right, sorry, son. Like,
Michael Joe's comment is going to make me die laughing for the rest of the week, because
What did he say?
who teach that dog to twerk?
That's really it.
Oh my God.
That's funny as hell.
It is.
But like again, you know, back to the conversation and stuff, like I just feel like it is fun, you know what I mean, to speculate and to have ideas, you know what I mean? Because I mean, regardless to what, this is what we're getting right now. unfortunately, we're not really getting anything new, like in terms of a new horror villain, new horror villains, and stuff like that. And especially with a whodunit like Scream, I always feel like there's always going to be speculation because you're trying to guess who the killer is, and you're trying to guess what direction storyline wise they're going to go and stuff. And I get it why, some people don't like that. Hey, my best friend, one of my best friends, Ryan, huge horror fan. I always tell him that he should, do his own channel. He's got a nice background for it, got some great stuff, some great souvenirs and stuff, but this is not his thing, and he even told me, he's like, dude, I support everything that you're doing. I love, how rocking out for the horror community, but I cannot watch your videos. And I was like, well, why not? He was like, because you do too many damn theories and too many damn speculations, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to be. And I said, I understand that. I said, I get it. That's not for everybody. You know what I mean? And that's okay. It doesn't have to be for everybody. I completely understand wanting to go into a film completely blind, not knowing any speculation inside your head that you're going to basically purposely be looking out for and stuff. I get that. You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with not liking speculations and all that stuff. I mean, me personally, I do enjoy them because I do think, even though there's always going to be an imitation of art, you know what I mean? And I think it is acceptable as long as you are creating your own art aside of it. You know what I mean? That people can say, you know what? He has his own art, but you know what? He also did a good job as well with recreating somebody else's art from their story and stuff. There's always going to be an imitation of art. You see it with music. You see it with movies. You see it all the time. You know what I mean? We see it in our movies with homages and stuff like that.
I mean,
so
like, look, a lot of movies will even be like, a movie that can come to mind right now is like the movie Deep Rising. Do y'all remember that movie?
Yep.
It was marketed as Titanic meets.
Okay,
Alien.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Everything is kind of like a combination of stuff.
I really thought it was like more like marketed as like Deep Blue Sea meets The Abyss.
Well, it came out before Deep Blue Sea.
Did it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, it did. You're probably right. Probably right.
But yeah, right. Also because
it does seem though that they have a similarity and they came out around similar times.
Right.
So I don't know.
That's
how I picked up on it.
To get back onto the whole Rob Zombie Halloween conversation too, because I do want to touch on that. I get Rob has his own style, and I like his own style for what his movies and his vision for his type of horror movies are. I understand he was trying to get different with the Michael Myers character. Where I feel like he failed at was with keeping the mystique of what made the character so great and so frightening. He made me want to know about the man. I ain't trying to be ignorant. I don't care about that. Like, you know what I mean? I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I look at Michael Myers as this omnibus figure. Like, he's mysterious. I don't need to know that, okay, he started off by killing animals, which started slowly turning him into a killer. That.
The only reason he did that is because of the fact that, okay, so I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what possessed him to think it was a good idea to put that in the movie. I mean, maybe like me, he has a real serious interest in psychology. I have a big interest in psychology, which is why I'm attracted to David Lynch. Maybe he felt it was important to show how these young kids get, turned into a serial killer. I realized that in the original, they didn't tell you all that stuff. They didn't tell you if he was abused. They didn't show why, because back then it was 1978. And in 1978, they weren't talking about that stuff. So now we've been talking ever since the Learning Channel, Discovery Channel, and all these channels start talking about, all of these true crimes and how kids turn into serial killers and all of these things. I just think that he probably thought that it was a wise choice to portray that because nobody has before.
I can understand that.
In that way.
I can understand that. And I remember, when Danielle Harris was quoted, on talking about that movie, And she said she liked the aspect that it felt like an AMC, like murder mystery type, getting to know the serial killer. And I get all that. But again, especially for what the boogeyman's supposed to be, we ain't supposed to know that stuff. You know what I mean? That's what makes him more scary and more, that mystique. But also, I like Tyler Mane. He did a good job with the movements. Too fucking big.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, and I will always stand by this. It is far more frightening for a guy to be 6'2", 6'3", maybe 215 pounds, with the strength of a man who is 7 feet, 300 pounds or greater, than it is seeing a guy who is exactly that size, because it's just too easy of an intimidation factor. You see a big fucking guy like that coming at you with a knife, you're going to be scared a little bit. I feel like it's a lot more scarier when you look at somebody who's smaller and it's just like, how the fuck did they do that? And then just the dialogue.
I don't know.
Everything.
I don't think that was the fault.
And considering everybody's bitching about, excuse me for saying that word, but that everybody's complaining about Amber doing in Dewey, right?
Right.
And saying she's too small to do it. Well, then I don't know. It seems like there's a conflict,
I don't
think there is a conflict though.
I don't look at it.
I don't think there is a conflict though, because it's not like you're having Michael Myers. This is the thing. Amber Freeman's 5'1", 5'2". The original Michael Myers was even 6'1", 6'2", 200 pounds even. In my opinion, there's no comparison. You can't make that comparison. He's easily going to be way stronger than her, in my opinion. Plus he's a fully grown man at that point. She's still filling into her adult years. She's not even 21 yet. She can't even have a drink, So I don't like that comparison, for a conflict. Like I said, I just feel like in terms of what the boogeyman and what the Michael Myers character is supposed to be, I like that mythology. It wasn't mythical enough for me. It was too humanized. And I did not like one of the things that really intrigued me about Michael Myers when he would kill people is you only heard him breathing. I didn't like the grunts, man. My boy, I'm just like,
I kind of like the grunts.
I didn't even notice the grunts.
I did. I did, especially when he did get shot in the hallway scene. He got shot, but he ran through the bullet. He's like, ugh. I'm just like, come on.
Maybe not that scene, but the part in 2 where he was killing the lady.
Yeah, you really heard it.
And he was just like, I thought that I did that.
I really did.
Brutal kill.
It just didn't hit with me. I felt like the kills were very just non-eventful. It was either a neck break or he was stabbing somebody. There was nothing really creative about it. And the dialogue was basically kind of carbon copy of the original.
That's the problem I had with the Rob Zombie movies was the dialogue and the characters. Right. I was kind of like, this is like you're trying to be Quentin Tarantino, but you're not as talented. His characters are not very likable. Besides,
they're definitely
besides Laurie, Scout, Annie, Danielle, and Brackett. Those were the 3 bright spots in both of those movies. And that's the only reason why I could really even put those movies on if I wanted to watch them. And that's just being honest. Now, on to Halloween 2. I will say this about Halloween 2. I liked the way that they writ how Laurie found out about Michael. I actually liked it.
That was good.
I thought that was good. I thought that was pretty damn good storytelling. In my fucking mind, I was like, well, where the hell was this the whole time? You know what I mean? This is what I've been waiting for. This was pretty fucking decent. Not just having, Dr. Loomis eventually tell her about it. She had to find out about it a pretty fucked up way.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people do give this credit. Rob Zombie, when in terms of really showing the trauma of Laurie Strode, he's the one who really captured that first, because she was batshit crazy in number 2.
Yeah.
You know, that trauma really poured through.
Yeah.
You saw that shit. But then the
Didn't he
white
take like a
horse,
psycho approach at the end of 2, if I remember correctly?
something like that. Yes. Yes. Where she, like, basically everything, especially seeing kid Michael Myers, is in her mind.
Yeah, in one of the endings, it was like that, but there's another alternate ending, I think, where she gets shot, I think, in the shed at the end. But
Right.
I don't know if I can't remember that one. I just saw the one with the hospital, and when she's in the hospital, you know, sort of like it did remind me of Psycho, but it also reminded me of the end of The Craft, you know.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I like it. I just do.
Well,
I like things that push the envelope a little bit, you know, like I want to see somebody be a little bit ballsy with their dialogue and maybe show
Right.
you something that you wouldn't normally see. And I think that he does that. Now, it's uncomfortable. There's no doubt about it. The first time I ever saw a House of a Thousand Corpses, I felt gross. You know, I was like, I need a shower after this thing. It's so gross.
But I like A House of a Thousand Corpses.
It's good.
It is good.
It is.
It's like, if it's a Halloween movie, say I took my mom or my dad to go see that, or even one of my kids, like, I don't want them to hear certain dialogue or see certain scenes like that. It's
well, that's
too
rated
gritty.
R. It was rated R. So
well, they're all rated R, but I don't know. It's like borderline NC-17, I guess. Like
it was. But you know, I also think back to my childhood, you know, and I think of all the things I've seen over the years. And I think about how actually, in my opinion, it's gone from they showed a lot of really risque stuff in the 70s. They showed a lot of really rough violence in the 80s. And then in the 90s, everything started to, you know, tighten up, and everybody started to be a little bit like, oh, everything has to be formulaic and everything has to be, you know, just perfect. And you can't say this and you can't say that. And then it just seems like they put more and more rules and more. I feel like things today are not as like vulgar and as NC-17-ish, maybe his stuff, but other people's stuff, as some of the stuff that I grew up watching in the 70s and 80s.
Right. Coming in with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much again, Eric. I greatly appreciate you, man. Saying you're going to hate this. Rob Zombie's Halloween is the 4th most popular film in the Halloween franchise, according to theater attendance. That's cool. I chalked that up to one.
Like,
it was the return.
like
it was the return of. I guess so. I'll say this. It was the return of Michael Myers. It had been a long time coming. You know, well, it was 5 years since Resurrection, but people were dying for another Halloween movie. Plus, Rob Zombie on the marquee. People liked House of a Thousand Corpses. People liked The Devil's Rejects. They wanted to see his vision. You know, and I think people wanted, you know, definitely wanted to come out and see what he was going to do with a Michael Myers film, which would attest to why it did do pretty well. It did. The remake did well financially. That's why they wanted another one. You know, I personally, you know, back to number 2, I didn't like the whole treatment of the mask. I do agree with Eric on one thing or whatever about the field scene where he kills the guys and the girl. That is one of the best pieces of cinematography in the entire franchise. I will say that. That shot is fucking beautiful.
It is.
It has its low. It's not like it's full blown negative with Rob Zombie's Halloween. They have spots where they can be good, and it could even be great. I just feel like he lets his style get in the way, and that style for me isn't what makes a Halloween movie. I get it.
So,
you know, I get it. We were pushing the envelope. We were getting a little bit bloodier, a little bit more bruisier with Michael Myers and stuff. But you also took away from what made Michael Myers great. I can't recall any stalking scenes in that movie. You know, in
What do you
either
mean?
one's really. Like stalking.
No,
Michael Myers is
the
standing
one-
outside watching through the
Well, there
windows.
was one where he was by the tree
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
and he pulls
broad
her back in the
daylight.
house.
Like, well, he did do that in the original,
This
but
was this was
Yeah.
at night.
which
I mean,
one?
he followed her around in the car. Lori sees him out the window at school. You know, he follows Tommy slowly in the car. I mean, there was stalking going on in the first one for sure. In the original,
We were talking about 2, I think, right?
I'm
I'm
talking about
getting
both.
confused. It's like 2:30 in the morning.
But okay, so even if there was, it wasn't like extended the way it was like in the original. And that to me is what really made the Michael Myers character creepy. You know, I get it. He was trying to make it more forceful, more impactful, more straightforward. I get that. You know, but to me, that's not what makes the Michael Myers character great.
Well,
You know,
what?
I just don't feel like his style worked.
Whoever decides to take this on again and do another trilogy or another requel, whatever, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 and Halloween Ends, when you do something different, you're almost shooting yourself in the foot. They need to not do that if they want it to be successful as far as like moviegoers, like acceptable. You know, like I don't know about financially, you might be able to get the numbers there, but you might not have returning numbers if it just doesn't flow well with audiences. So I think with Halloween, it is best to play it safe. You know what I mean? Take Scream for an example. If they did something crazy like they have with Halloween Ends or Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, would we be pissed? Would we be like, no, F this. I don't like this. This doesn't feel right. Or would we appreciate it because it is different? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I think it's safe, especially with these known IPs that are already successful, already has its fan base. The first people you want to please is the main fans of the audience. That should be your first thing.
But that's not who they focus on. They focus on the general audience, not us. Do you see what I'm saying? They're focused on the money. They're not focused on what the real fans want. They're focused on what will general audiences come and watch. And that's where we get the carbon copy crap that I keep talking about.
You know? Yeah, it's crazy. I just hope wherever this franchise goes, wherever this franchise goes, I pray that they just do a good job and give us something that we can like and accept, especially if you're going to reintroduce the Michael Myers character. You know, like I don't know. I like Rob Zombie's movies outside of Halloween. I just don't feel like it didn't hit the mark for me, man. Like the whole Michael die and he, all the hair and it just, I don't know, man.
Even like Halloween 2 didn't feel like Halloween. I mean, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 did not feel like Rob Zombie's Halloween 1 as far as like the dialogue and the characters and all that. Like it felt like that at the beginning with what's his name, Richard Brake or whatever.
Yes. And then it actually kind of veered away from that, except for when Laurie and Annie were having a shouting match.
Right.
But it did veer away from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was like I almost wanted him to go full Rob Zombie at that point.
And then, last but not least, so I didn't forget about this. I was just saving it. The biggest sin, and I get it, trying to be different with the Dr. Loomis character. But damn, you made him like that? Like, to me, that was like a big slap in the fucking face. You know what I mean? To that character and that character's legacy. To make that character like that. Like, he's
I don't think he was making a statement about the character. He was making a statement about the media itself being selfish. I
get that. But you don't. I'm not trying to sound selfish, but not in my world. You don't
It
do
was
that to
Joe
Dr.
Williams.
Loomis. You don't do that. You don't do that to Dr. Loomis, man. You
I
don't.
get you.
You know
hear
what I mean? Like, you just don't do that to Dr. Loomis and the legacy that he created. Because I look at it beyond just, Donald Pleasance playing that role. I look at it from a standpoint when Jamie Lee Curtis didn't want to hold strong for this franchise, Donald Pleasance showed up every single time, bringing us more Halloween movies, showing up, putting in the performances of his life, and I always look at that character as something that should be kept sacred. You know what I mean? Like, the approach to that character. If you're going to give me a Dr. Loomis, cool, please. But please, if you're going to get different with it, still give me the ambiance on what the original character was. I want him to be this guy who is somewhat obsessed with Michael Myers. Get a little bit different with him, but the overall premise is he wants to help stop Michael Myers at any cost. Like, don't get me wrong. Malcolm McDowell made for some cool sound bites. It was funny, especially like when he tells the chick, I'll get your ass over there. You know what I mean? And stuff like, he was pretty funny, you know what I mean? And stuff, but it just broke my heart watching it because I'm just like, this ain't Loomis. Just like when he's like that in that scene. Gosh, this is old Loomis. This is new Loomis. And I'm just like, yeah, this really is new Loomis. And I don't know if I like you, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
he wasn't likable. That was the thing.
No.
He just wasn't likable.
And I think he did
was
that on
written that
purpose.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely, no, you're right, Jamie. He definitely did do that on purpose. He did that to get different. It's obvious.
Just because, though, I come up with a reason why somebody does something, which I tend to do a lot, doesn't mean I agree with it. Just so you all know.
Right.
Just because I say, hey, but this is why, doesn't mean that I think it's a good thing. It just means that I can see it from several different points of view.
Right,
just
absolutely.
in case anybody ever gets offended, because I have offended a few people, I think. So
I think we all have at a point in time, even if we aren't intending to. I think the thing is a lot of people take things the wrong way based on how they're said and how they're presented.
Right. Right.
Eric, to Bearded Entertainment saying real fans don't make you that much money. We just don't. Look at Scream 4. Only the real fans saw that. And it's the lowest attended in the franchise. He does make a good point. Stop it.
I didn't go to the theater to see 4. I was busy. There was other things going on in my life at that time. And I wasn't going to the theater as often. So, and I had my cousin worked at the cable company. Okay. So I had like every station for like cheap price. And so I didn't have to go to the theater because everything was going to come on HBO, Showtime, Stars, Cinemax, the movie channel.
Scream 4 was like
I was about to say,
CW movie.
Yeah.
I would say, I know Destin does not like Scream 4.
I don't wait. I like everything.
He's like, don't speak for me, man.
I like everything in Scream. I just think that I expected better.
Right.
Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven being back, and I respect them so much. And
right.
I don't know what happened, but the sauce was not there.
I love Scream 4.
Hey, no, I get
really
it.
Do.
Listen, I get it.
I really do.
It's just like we say it with, Scream 3, Scream 2, Scream 5. It just may not be, it may be a good Scream film to you, but it may not be what you expect, the standard that you hold that franchise to. That type of film may not be what you expect it to be, in that regard. I get that.
Here's the thing is like everybody. Okay. Here's my complaint about this is that everybody that gets confused on Scream to Scary Movie, and we look at all these parodies and all that stuff that was coming on around that time and even before.
Right.
And then everybody's complaint on the comedy in Scream 3 that everybody was like, I didn't like that, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, did you watch Scream 4? Because it's like they doubled down on all this stuff. And if you wanted to veer away from Scary Movie, y'all doubled down on this stab stuff that was so parody, especially at that beginning, that just like I didn't have the feel. I didn't have the red right hand. I didn't have these
Right.
serious moments. I didn't have that mean natured. I felt like it was all just for show and it wasn't taken seriously. Even when people died, I was just like, yeah, they're dead, but
You didn't care.
it's like it's a joke. Besides Olivia's death was great. It was just, it felt, the cinematography was off. We didn't have Patrick Lussier back as the editor. That was fucked from the beginning. The song that came on after that goofy opening set the tone for the movie. And I was like, what in the Twilight bullshit have they done to my Scream franchise?
Yeah, that opening is bad. It is bad.
I don't mind it.
They went too far. Even whenever they went serious with Marnie and everything, I was like, I wasn't buying it. I was like, are we still in a stab movie?
Right.
Because this isn't serious enough for me. I feel even that dialogue, like, I have a 4.2 GPA and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, who talks like this? Like, and Roger L. Jackson just did not sound right in that movie. And I'm not faulting that on Roger L. Jackson. I would say that from the editing or the audio mixing.
You're right, because I noticed that I was watching clips of that the other day, and I did notice that I thought, hey, that voice doesn't sound quite right. There's something a little off about it.
He's like, not an app. And I'm like, dude, you sound constipated. What's going on here? Like, I love the guy, and he sounds right in 5 and 6. So I can't.
He's trying to sound more violent.
He sounded like Scary Movie to me.
Yeah. Maybe they told him to, but then they decided it was a mistake after it didn't go over well or something.
Yeah, they should have went a completely different. You want to separate yourself from the parody, not make a parody of yourself a little bit. Like, I didn't understand what they were trying to go for. I love the remake aspect. I love the Jill reveal. I love Kirby. I love the whole being back in Woodsboro thing, but it was just like, if you're wanting to bring a new audience into this is not the way to sell them on it.
I feel you. Now you heard that, right? He mentioned Jill, he mentioned all that, but he ain't even talk about the guy who was fucking recording the murders and uploading and doing all the heavy fucking work. Man, you know what? I'm so tired of the disrespect.
Hey man, look, man, if you've seen The Good Son, you already know McCulkin ain't somebody you trust. You don't trust a McCulkin. He already was on I was like,
that's him. True. That's true.
The whole time I was like, it's him.
Hey, Novel Edits, what's your deal with Ethan? I thought he was pretty crappy. I don't get it. You keep saying Ethan Landry beats everybody over and over and over again.
Oh, I don't know about Ethan Landry beats everybody, but
no, Ethan Landry doesn't beat anybody, because I think Ethan was one of the worst. He's one of the worst killers in the series.
He's a back bitch.
I actually disagree. I think that young man did the majority of the work in Scream 6 to impress his Faja. And
okay, as far as writing,
Faja.
As far as writing goes,
I like that.
But as far as acting and believability of his character, no. Like, I would more believe that Bailey did those brutal kills, and
I don't, especially in certain things in terms of timing and stuff like that. I know for a fact that Bodega was him. I just genuinely believe, especially with how, they cut to that scene with him when Bailey was on his spew.
He ain't handling that shotgun like that.
Yeah, I wasn't buying his.
How do you know that? How do you know that? We don't know that. His dad's a cop. He could have trained him. I mean, he could have taught him how to use a gun. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know that. You know what I mean? So, listen. And this is the thing. The timing, Bailey couldn't have been the one in the bodega. When he calls Sam or whatever, it's like 4 minutes. It's like a 4-minute time gap to when they get attacked. Like, there's no time for Bailey to get from Jason's house to Sam's apartment. None whatsoever.
I get it. I get it. I get all that from a writing standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, I personally just don't believe. I mean, I'll maybe say if there was any kill or whatever, the beginning kill was Bailey. And I don't even think from a writing standpoint it makes sense because the killer says, who gives a fuck about movies, but then yet Bailey's whole purpose was to showcase Richie's movie and shit like that.
Well, it was all just revenge about Richie.
Yeah.
That's
It was all like the revenge of it.
So honestly, wherever they decide to go with this franchise, I really think that was a standalone. I don't know if they should continue the whole Richie thing. I think that they should show a bigger picture and go.
I don't think so.
I feel like the Richie thing is done.
Yes, I want Stu. I want Stu to come back. I want him to be angry and out for revenge. And I want him to go after Sid. That's what I want.
You guys are going to get, a quick exclusive access to what I'm doing in my next video. I posted it earlier that I was going to be releasing a new Stu Macher video. And there's 6 people here, and I have you 2 here. So there's 8 people who's going to know about this before the video hits. Now, we know that Matthew wants to come back. We've heard him in multiple interviews over the last year, and we've heard him at panels say that Stu Macher is alive. That was not always the case. I actually found an interview out there to where he even says out of his own mouth, his character is dead. When asked about bringing the Stu Macher, but not about bringing a Scream franchise back or whatever. This was in 2018 on the Rich Eisen podcast or whatever. And for those who don't know who Rich Eisen is, he's a football analyst, but he also does pop culture and stuff like that. So he asked Matthew about the Scream franchise, and this was in 2018, so before Scream 5 was even being thought of or whatever. And Matthew said out of his own mouth, he's like, well, yeah, if they do decide to do a Scream movie, I just feel like for us OGs, it wouldn't really feel right, or it wouldn't really do much if we did return because Wes isn't alive anymore, unfortunately. He said, if they do one, I'm available and stuff. He said, but my character died, so I don't even know how that would work. And Rich was like, well, they do this in horror movies. They bring the villain back. He said, yeah, but I died. I died in the first film. And that was the first interview I've ever heard him ever say that. Now, why that is interesting to me is because you hear him. I'm not going to go completely give you guys all the goodies. I'm not going to explain my entire reasoning. But over the last year, since Scream 5 has been released, you have adamantly heard him say that Stu Macher is alive. I believe there is a hidden reason behind that, and I'm going to talk about it in the video.
I mean, I
really do.
Convention and everything.
I'm definitely going to be watching that.
Yeah, he raises the question to the entire audience, is like, he loves,
and that's why I found that video so fascinating. When I heard it, I was like, did he just fucking say what I think he said?
Did that take place before Scream 3?
No, this took place before Scream 5 was released.
So this was in 2018, you said?
Yes. 2018. This was before Scream.
He might have just thought, that there was no chance. So he might have just thought that was.
No, trust me. I'm on board with that. But I also think there's another reason why as well, because I gave it some deep thought. And I'm like, not only is he basically saying he wants to come back, he is adamant the character is alive. To me, there's a hidden reason behind that. I can't wait to talk about it then. It's crazy though. I found that interview and I'm just like, no, the fuck, he didn't just say what I thought he said. And then I'm just like, I put it into perspective for the timing, and I'm just like, okay, this is why it makes sense why he would say that. And I explain why in the video. But yeah, it wasn't always like that. It was not always like that for Matthew Lillard believing the Stu Macher character was still going to be alive, and rightfully so. I think people tend to forget that Wes Craven was going to do that. So without Wes Craven, that opportunity might not come, so we'll see though. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens with the Scream franchise and what direction they're going to go in. If this is going to be like a trilogy of Radio Silence and they're going to be done with it, I just hope that they tie up some loose ends that I have between the fifth one and tell us a really good story that ties into everything and everything makes sense and bring Stu back.
Yeah.
I said it before. I'm going to keep saying it. You don't leave that many Easter eggs for there not to be something there, for there be no payoff. Like, there has to be a payoff. There has to be a reason why you're doing this. I know Eric, said, before that Radio Silence says they don't like to pick things up and like keep them going. They like to, basically leave them where they're at and then move on. But they have already showed us through subtle clues that they are continuing this thread of Stu Macher possibly being alive. So that tells me they don't always pick things up, put it down, and leave it where it is. So we're going to see, guys. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see what happens. I know one thing, though. Right now, it's all about Saul X.
Yes.
I can't wait.
I'm stoked about that.
I originally was like, going into this film like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Another John Kramer story. I just got a weird feeling these motherfuckers going to pull it off. I don't know what it is. I got a really weird instinct they're going to pull this off. I hope they do. I hope they do, because then that means more Saw films. But we'll see how
it has to be a good script for them to greenlight it.
Yeah,
to bring him back. And maybe they're going to do something like to where maybe the next few movies is going to be in the past instead of present.
Well, how many have you seen the whole series? Because I always thought it was interesting how they move around in time and they blend time. Oop, my hair. See, I need it cut. It's too long. It's getting in the way of my hand talking. You can see the old cheerleader in me when I do this. I forgot what I was saying now.
You were talking about the series.
50-year-old in me.
You were talking about the series.
Right. What series? I'm sorry. I am so tired right now.
It's okay. We are about to wrap it up because we definitely went like over 2 hours what we were supposed to, and just we entered a realm of other conversation.
I know, right? We could have watched something.
We could have watched another episode.
Oh, we could have watched 2 more episodes.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
But I liked the conversation. It was fun.
Oh, absolutely. This was definitely a lot of fun. And like I said, I'm gonna clip these last 2 hours out of it and basically just make a whole nother video out of it as bonus content. So that's gonna be fun, especially for the viewers and stuff. Novel edits. Do you guys think Charlie died? Because in my opinion, he didn't. Nope.
Yep.
I was waiting for it, Destin. I was waiting for it.
I do. I think he's dead too, but
I'm sorry.
To figure it out for sure. But I do think he's dead. Yes.
See,
quick guess.
I feel the same way with Charlie Walker that I do about Stu Macher, based on the Easter eggs I found, and I think you could point to Charlie Walker possibly being alive. Why do all that for nothing? Especially with Charlie, right? Charlie has never been a really beloved character. He never has. Jill has always been favored over him. Boy gets no respect. So why?
He was done dirty. I'm sorry.
Yes, he was done dirty, disrespected, because he was a great Ghostface. I get the whole personality. He may not have been a likable character, but as a Ghostface, the fucking boy was mean.
Yes.
Violent. And I liked that.
Yeah,
he was aggressive.
Yes.
So I just feel like with the Easter eggs, that I've found, that I think there's something there. I will say this. if it's not Charlie Walker, but if it's somebody connected to him, I'm not going to totally be disappointed because I am understanding that the possibility of him surviving his stab wound to the heart is pretty rare. You know, it's not impossible, but it's rare. However, I just feel like there's a golden opportunity here to do something like that, to where we're all thinking one killer is going to come back from the past, right? But instead of one, we get two. We up the ante. And to me,
we might get you.
They're perfect for each other, in my opinion. Charlie is basically the new Stu in Scream 4.
I agree.
No, in terms of what Jill basically, when she went rogue, how she planned it out. Trevor was Billy, Charlie was Stu. You know?
Maybe the beta bitch Mel of Stu.
Listen,
Listen,
I'm not sitting there saying he's on the level of Stu Macher in terms of personality or likability or anything like that, favorability, whatever. What I'm saying is that how it was written for these characters, there are some very distinct similarities between them.
He got stabbed in the heart.
Yeah, can we talk about how corny that is?
Listen,
how cheesy that is, and how much I love that because it's cheesy.
Hold on, he got stabbed in the heart. And guess what?
It's cheesy.
And I'll always bring this up. You can, you know, if I gotta sit there and go back in that video and screenshot it and send it to people, I will. You know what I mean? There's been somebody in real life who has survived 2 stab wounds to the heart and has lived to talk about it.
Yeah.
Unscathed. So if they wanted to do that, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's not.
Okay,
you know, it really isn't. Look at Chad. I'm sorry. Nobody can tell me anything. Just like we talk about with Stu, we cannot say anything even about Charlie because
Chad wasn't stabbed in the heart though. With a
but he was stabbed.
Knife.
He's been stabbed over 20 times in the torso, in the back. He suffered way more punishment than Charlie Walker did.
Organs.
No, man.
Okay.
No.
All right. I agree. I agree
Hell
on
no.
that. I agree on that. But if you are going to make this argument, Adam Brody's character has to be alive.
I'm not saying that, and he shouldn't.
He got stabbed one time in the back and fell
right.
over. It was the most weakest bitch ass kill.
I agree.
But,
I agree.
But this showcases the difference between how Wes Craven goes about killing off his victims and how Radio Silence goes about killing off their victims, or lack thereof. You know, one stab in Scream movies from Wes Craven, you could die. In Radio Silence's version, shit, you get stabbed 17 times all over your torso and live.
Okay, so everybody's a Dewey.
I guess so. That's what they're showing us.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's one thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. When Scream 6 started and they were at that frat house and Chad had his shirt off, right?
Yeah.
Was there any stab markings on him from 5?
I didn't see any. Good catch.
I'm definitely gonna go back and look.
Yeah, because I'm like,
Jamie.
I kept thinking that, like, oh, okay, Jamie, we get it.
Sorry.
if
he's hot. What can
okay,
I say?
all right,
beefy.
All right, but here's the thing: is I always thought that they were gonna have Scream 6 because he was a jock. I thought he was gonna be like it ruined his like athlete career, like he couldn't perform on the field,
right.
And that was going to be part of his character. But they didn't even do any of that.
Yeah.
But they even showed him with his shirt off. So I've always wondered, like, I need to go back and rewatch and say, is there any
what else?
Is there any scars? Because he got shanked like a bunch of damn times.
I do feel like I did see something, but I'm not sure it was that scene. I will say this. I feel like I did see scars on him.
Another thing you can kind of question too. And
man, what you seasoning up, man? What you cooking for us, man?
I know I'm hungry.
I'm making coffee. I'm just using this because this was the closest thing.
Man, it looks like
he's
Gordon
making himself
over here.
A damn
Gordon
fine
Ramsay.
cup of coffee.
Oh shit! I need it.
It's damn
get my
fine.
Dale Cooper on.
And hot.
But shit, we were talking about fucking Scream or whatever. What was we talking about? What?
Scars.
Yeah,
Like if
Chad.
had scars.
Yeah. Another thing is too, I mean, and you could sit there and say it healed or whatever, but you could easily say Jenna should have a limp because of the way her fucking leg was crushed like that in Scream 5.
Yeah.
Like that shit was crushed. Like you stepped on that shit.
Oh, it was so horrible to
See,
watch.
that's what I'm talking about. You know, the tone that you got with her scene
hold on.
and the mean natured of the kills in the movie do not live up to the reveals of the killers that are cartoons. And it's
Right.
like if those fucking cartoons were as taken as serious as those fucking kill scenes, we might have the best Scream sequels in the entire franchise. But
I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm gonna
Yeah,
pee.
go ahead.
Sorry, I was ranty.
No, you're good, buddy. You know, another thing is too, Destin. And I'm going to have to, I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, it's not going to be there, but I'll do my due diligence and I'll go back and try to look at her hands as best as possible. But remember, Tara got stabbed through the hand.
It was showed. There was a scar on it.
It was? All right.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I think it was when she was sitting there talking to Sam in Scream 6. I think it was that scene.
Now, if they fucking did that, then they better have Chad have some scars.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, he got stabbed up.
Stabbed up. Bro, that boy got obliterated in 2 films and made it and lives to talk about it.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying.
What if he's the opening kill for 3 and it's just like we're just gonna like
it's possible.
Kill him.
But this is what I mean, like in the terms of in Radio Silence's world of Scream. From what I've seen, even the most impossible deaths are not impossible in their imagination. You know, and that's why I do think there's a case to be made for Charlie Walker to possibly be alive. Because like I said, man, there's no reason to put his character at the forefront a couple times. And they've done that a couple times in both Scream 5 and in Scream 6. They mention his name at the beginning of the film. Okay, cool. You can just say they're paying homage to the character. That's what this movie is. To basically pay homage to the original film and the entire franchise. Okay. But then Dewey gets killed. The killer exactly says the same exact thing Charlie said to Sidney Prescott at Cinema Club in Scream 4. It's an honor. Then we fast forward to Scream 6. The fucking cameras that are recording Jason, which we never get nothing else about. Nobody ever talks about it. Where's that footage at? The cameras were recording him most likely and stuff. Like nobody talks about that. Who used cameras to record their victims in the Scream franchise? Charles Walker. You know, stuff like that. Like putting him at the forefront in front of Jill. When Bailey talks about the mask, the DNA traces back to Charlie Walker, Jill Roberts. Subtle little things like that. And the reason why I think that part to me was really crucial is because, again, Jill has always been put at the forefront of Charlie Walker. When fans talk about Scream 4, it's Jill Roberts, Charlie Walker. It's never Charlie Walker, Jill Roberts. You know, like just subtle little things that they did, you know, that make me believe like, yo, like maybe, just maybe, they saw some things from Scream 4, decided to tinker with it. See, this is what a lot of people forget about Scream 6 too. They even said it. Scream 4 was a heavy influence on Scream 6. Why is that? Why is that such an influence? You know, if you're not going back and you're not seeing things that you could possibly create out of that movie. You know what I mean? So again, I mean, I get it. You know, the possibility of my boy Charlie Walker being alive, it's a lot slimmer than Stu Macher. But nothing is impossible in Radio Silence's world of Scream. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think that they would be the perfect duo. And I personally now think, and I could be wrong, but I think the Charlie Walker character was going to be introduced in Scream 3 when they were going to bring Stu back then, because the Woodsboro Cinema Club was going to be helping Stu. That was the cult, the Woodsboro Cinema Club. I think there's potential there's potential that we would have got the Charlie Walker character if that film with Stu would have got made in Scream 3. I think the potential for Charlie Walker's character to be introduced in that film would have been high. Or at least a character like Charlie Walker who's running the cinema club. Like I'm a believer in it, man. We'll see what happens.
I'm not gonna lie, man. You like hearing your thought process on it, and it kind of sold me a little bit. Like, okay, I didn't see it from that perspective. Yeah.
Right. And they have so much in common. They both are overlooked. They both get favored over by their peers, by their partners. Everybody, a lot of us here that
but
we
wasn't
talk
like
to.
One of the original scripts for Scream 4, like Adam Brody was supposed to be the killer.
I remember you told me about that.
Yeah, he's such a good bad guy.
Yeah. I thought he would have been perfect. I honestly wanted it to be that way in the movie. It could have brought down my experience because I was spoiled on who the killers were before I even went and saw it. Like right before I went and saw it, somebody did the same thing they did with Scream 6, and they messaged me, and I was like, why? Like, I was so pissed off that they told me. And that was before like Scream theories and all this kind of stuff was a thing on YouTube. But I think that kind of like was in the back of my mind while I was watching the movie. But I kept thinking, I was like, man, Adam Brody would be such a good addition as a killer because he's a cop. He's here. He kind of plays, ditzy a little bit. He's kind of Dewey 2.0. Like, and then like, I just didn't believe his death, like it's much as like Anthony Anderson's death with the knife through the forehead.
Right.
Adam Brody's death was just weak compared to that,
It was.
And
no, it definitely was.
I don't know.
Curious. I mean, that really is curious. Why, with such a with such a interesting death for Anthony Anderson's character, you'd think that they would make Adam Brody's death just as interesting.
Right. At least like slice his throat or like make it aggressive or something like maybe like after he kills Anthony Anderson, maybe Adam Brody's still like struggling on the ground behind him, and then he goes over there and finishes him off,
Right.
That's
a good point.
It is.
It is boring. It's a boring death.
I feel like also the reason why also we feel like these deaths are like so weak too is because of what Radio Silence has done with the last two films. I feel like if they would have never went in this direction. Huh?
I do like what they've done with the kills.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in terms of like keeping people alive, surviving attacks we know they really probably have no business surviving. I think that's why we even go back and question even past kills in the franchise. Like we talked about at Destin, another person whose wounds was weak, Jennifer Jolie. She got thrown. You could say she got thrown through the glass, but Dewey shot through the top of the glass as she was being thrown.
I really think he shot her.
That's what I was gonna say. I think that it's possible he might have shot her.
I know from what I saw, and I'll go back and watch it again. But I think he shot up at the glass. He didn't shoot her. He didn't shoot towards the middle. He shot up.
I'm going to definitely have to pay attention next time I watch that. Because
I wouldn't mind doing another Scream 3 rewatch.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's grown on me. Like, I've always been like, I've loved the movies exactly in the same order. 1, 2, 3, 4, until 5 and 6 came out. And I put 5 and 6 before 4.
Mine goes.
I don't believe you.
1, 3, 2. 1, 3. No, actually 1, 3, 4, 2, 5, 6. I have to.
I'd have to say mine is 1, 4. Oh, it just gets tricky after 4 a little bit for me. 1, 4, 3, 2, 6, and 5. And I could easily switch 6 with 2 just based on, the whole 3 killers and the cracked mask. They did do some good things in Scream 6.
Yeah.
They did.
No, I agree.
But it does boil down to the killers and the fact that they kind of did the same thing as Scream 2, so I have to keep Scream 2 above it. And plus, the killers in Scream 2 are way better than in Scream 6.
Indeed.
So... But
Mrs. Loomis was more believable than Detective Bailey.
Well, yeah, Bailey.
She took that psychoness to another level. That Detective Bailey was.
I think
like, are you happy? Are you having fun? Or are you seriously and sadistic here? Like you like figure out what you're trying to do here.
It was weak.
I think what a lot of people are missing too is that. And this is why I'm not surprised at it now that I go back and watch it. Look at Richie. Like father, like son. They're kind of clownish. They're kind of goofballish. Like, and I get it. We want our killers to be more serious, more, malicious and stuff like that. And Bailey definitely could have been a lot more malicious. Like, I thought the way that he switched up when he revealed himself, when he was like, great job, both of you. You know what I mean? Like that serious tone. I thought we were going to be getting more of that. I like when he swerved for a second and was like, yeah, of course it was me. That was fun to be goofy in that moment. The rest of the way, you should have been a lot more serious. Like he had those moments, just like when, Sam puts the costume on. He's like, oh, I see you put on your true face. Like, they should have made him that more serious in that regard, like being a lot more serious in his delivery and his dialogue. I agree with that. He definitely did get clownish, especially when Sam started carving up Richie, calling him a man baby, disrespecting his manhood. And then instead of really getting pumped up about that, because that's, you're the father, you created him, you're just like, he was a very fertile boy. You know what I mean? Like, or whatever he said, or he was sterile, whatever the fuck he said, or whatever the fuck he said about him. You know what I mean? Like, and shit like that. Like, he just got really goofy, and it just the most. But we agree with, we agree with this that the most believable out of all of them was Quinn. We just didn't get enough of her. You know what I mean? But
I would love to end with her.
It should have just been. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It should have just been Quinn and Ethan. That's what I think. If they were going to go that angle, it should have been the brother and the sister going for revenge.
Here's the thing: is in this
rather
one,
than Bailey,
we haven't had a killer turn on another killer. It would have been cool to see Quinn and Ethan turn on their dad.
Ooh, that would have been cool.
Well, yeah, we did see it with Mrs. Loomis with Mickey.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. In the old ones, we did. But in these new ones, we haven't. It would have been cool to be in like Quinn and Ethan being like, "This is our movie, Dad."
Yeah, especially because they were doing a whole parallel with Scream 2. All those parallels they did, that would have been a good one. Really good one.
In my barbaric theorized mind, I do believe that we have saw a killer turn on another killer most recently in the newer Scream film. We just haven't got that revealed yet. I'll keep it there, because if I start going, it's going to get deep. And it's getting late, and I'm pretty sure y'all getting tired. I know Jamie is.
Yeah.
We've been down this rabbit hole.
Dude, you got me eating on camera. I never do that.
I'm over here just like chowing down on these.
All I'm going to say is this, because I am going to do a video about it and stuff, and I'm going to basically break it down step by step how I came to this conclusion or whatever. But in my opinion, I think Richie turned on Sam and what was the original plan. That's all I'm gonna say.
See,
I mean, unless you want to know more. I mean, if you want to get me a little bit started, I can. It's up to you guys.
I don't know. I'm
pretty
curious, but I'm too tired to. I'm afraid I won't remember it tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure I know some of what you're going to say, because I think you were saying stuff a little earlier, and then I was saying in the chat that, you know, I want Sam to be a hero.
Right.
Yeah, and you're like, you're going to make me cry.
No. See, but I don't think. No, I didn't mention my thought for Richie and her, though. I've been pretty nip tuck about that and stuff, but it's a theory that I've had for quite some time now, and I've just been piecing everything together and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure I'm spot on and, you know, make it as believable as possible, because I personally believe that she's conning all of us, but that's just me.
You know what I think? I think it's Tara. I think Tara has been conning everyone all along.
There's some people that believe that, and I get it, you know, because especially what we saw in Scream 6, you know, and stuff with that whole Ethan shenanigan. I guess for me, I don't buy Tara as a killer. I
think that they would play her as a victimized person, especially if Sam broke the family up and Tara doesn't have her dad.
Right.
It's this whole broken family thing. We feel sorry for Tara, but she ends up being the killer at the end.
It's possible.
That would be like a cool reversal of Billy being upset that his mom left.
I've said this. For those who believe Christina Carpenter is a mastermind and is going to be revealed as a killer helping Stu Mock or whatever, if the only way that works, in my opinion, is if Tara is helping her, because then you have to ask yourself the question: if Christina is a mastermind Ghostface, why would she be trying to kill Tara when Tara did nothing wrong? Tara isn't the one who broke up the family. Tara isn't the one who revealed the secret that Billy Loomis is Samantha's father. Samantha did that. You know, so there will be no real motive. I mean, you can say, oh, she's coming after Tara too because Tara took Samantha's side. I personally, I think that's just a little, I guess, easy. Too much of an easy motive. There's no real impact with that motive. You know what I mean? Like, so for me, the only way I see Tara being a killer is if Christina Carpenter turns out to be a killer, because then it makes sense that they both will be involved with each other because Sam broke up their family, you know. So
that was my original plan. Well, thought was that it would be Tara working with Christina, and for that reason, and it'd sort of be like a, you know, a revenge against. Actually, what I had in mind was that Sid was actually the real mother, and that it ends up being a revenge plot against Sid. Yeah.
I'm on board with that. I do believe that.
Yeah.
I do believe that. I do believe there's a real possibility for that. And that's what I mean by stuff in Scream 5 that's got to get cleaned up, especially for Sydney and Samantha in Scream 6. I mean, in Scream 7. You know, like I said, you know, just we never got clarification how Sydney knew that Samantha was Billy's daughter. When Dewey was on the phone
Billy
with her,
or Sydney Hispanic, though?
This is my thing, though. You don't have. Everybody assumes because Melissa. Hold on. Everybody assumes because Melissa Barrera is, you know, a Latina, that she's portraying a Latina character.
Right.
She might not be portraying a Latina character.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
don't even know what Christina Carpenter's maiden name is. You know, we don't know if Christina Carpenter is even meant to be Latina. Just because they look that way doesn't mean they are. I get it.
But I thought that's how they were written.
I mean, and this is another thing. Have we ever heard the Carpenter sisters speak a lick of Mexican or Spanish?
No.
You know, so, and I say it all the time, the Sheens are a perfect example. They are Hispanic. but yet they have always portrayed Caucasian characters for the most part. I think that's a possibility, especially if you're going to go the route that Sydney is Samantha's real mother. That's the route you're going to go, is that that Melissa Barrera is portraying the role of a Caucasian woman. She's not portraying the role of a Latino woman.
They could be Italian, because I mean, I married an
Yes.
Italian. I know what they look like.
Oh,
You know?
and this is another hold on. This is another thing you can tie into that as well, if you really wanted to. Maureen Prescott. Oh my God! How do I do this? Such a brain fart. But Maureen, you know, in real life, she's Hawaiian. Lynn McCree, she's Hawaiian. If they wanted to, they could play into that and say maybe Sydney is half Hawaiian or whatever. We don't know. You know, they do this shit with movies all the time. You know, now, will I give it to you? Should they have casted the characters to be more believable to what maybe their ethnicity is? Maybe.
I totally think that they both, I mean, I seriously think that Sam looks like she could be Sydney's daughter. I really do. They have very similar facial structure and their eyes are the same color. I mean, it makes sense to me. I don't know. I never take these things into consideration. Like,
right.
I never thought of it that way.
Look, we got Jamie speculating. Ooh.
Yes, you do. That's a rarity. You can tell I'm super tired.
Yeah.
What I didn't tell you guys is that earlier I was eating a very special piece of chocolate.
Oh, gotcha.
I want a special piece of chocolate.
I got a Wonka bar for my birthday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's helping me along with my pain in my neck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I firmly believe and know what you're saying.
If you rewatch the video, you can probably watch my eyes going.
Oh man. But yeah, so I definitely do believe in that theory that Samantha and Sydney are mother and daughter. I feel like the diaries that Samantha found, she didn't disclose everything she found in that diary. And that's why I believe that she's a killer. That's why I believe she's part of the mastermind, you know, and stuff like that. I believe what she is doing is she's rewriting. She's making her own movie while also rewriting the original trilogy of the franchise. I think also she's continuing what Billy and Stu set out, which is living to the sequels as Ghostface killers. And then, you know, but we haven't got that reveal that she's a Ghostface yet.
I don't think that if they do reveal anything with Sam, I don't think that it's anything that's been planned with Sam on her end. I don't think she's planned on anything. I think that it might end up in a way to where she's the ultimate Ghostface because she's Billy Loomis's daughter. Nobody can take her on, you know, blah, 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 blah. But, and maybe she does like veer off more into the dark side, but I don't think she's been a mastermind from the beginning as far as like orchestrating anything. I think that it's just kind of like, we're discovering her journey with her right now. Like, she knows who she is right now, and so do we, because we're experiencing the outcome with her through her eyes. That's what I think. Right.
And that would make sense. That definitely would make sense. I'm not feeling it, man. I'm not. On my end, I'm not. Something about her, man, like especially with that 5-year gap, you know, we know, I'm sorry, and I'm sticking to this. There were multiple killers in that opening scene in Scream 5. There's somebody at the house and there's somebody recording, live streaming Amber in that moment.
Yeah, it does seem like there's more.
You know, and a lot of people, you know, and
Stu in the attic. We're going to find out that Amber is related to Stu or has Stu in that house with her, with the family.
It's possible, but I think what another thing people overlook. I think what a lot of people overlook as well, when we talk about the security systems and stuff, people think, Amber basically gave Richie or whoever the code or whatever. But who else would have that code? Samantha. She used to live there. You mean to tell me this whole time where Richie and Amber were planning this, and there had to be some times where Richie went to Woodsboro to case the area out to get a feel of the area. She didn't know anything about that? Doesn't sound right to me.
I would like to see, and I'm really gonna have to go to bed here soon, y'all. Like,
yes, we're about to close it up.
It's almost 3:30 here.
But like in the first Scream movie, they hinted that Stu was a killer when Sydney ran through the attic and was hitting those dolls that were hung from the ceiling,
right,
in the attic. There was like dolls that were hanging that like showed like, hey, Stu might be psycho because of this. Never picked it up the first few times I watched Scream. But wouldn't it be cool if once Stu is like shown that he's the killer, like people from the party, like say they're in the climax, if he actually has people hung up this time in the attic, kind of like stored up there, kind of like, like an urban legend, or I Know What You Did Last Summer, where like people get killed in the area, but they're actually like stored somewhere.
Right.
Like, Scream hasn't really done that, but I don't think they should do that throughout the entire movie, but I think they should do that for the climax of the reveal of the killer. Like, say the Stu Macher house, people getting killed left and right, in the climax, and then they're like hung up in the attic. I think that would be really wicked.
It would be. I like it. Stu Macher living in the attic. Let's go.
Like Billy from Black Christmas.
Right.
Yes.
It's very possible, man. There's so many ways they could go with this, man. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But on my end, I will leave it on this note. I think in Scream 7, we do get a Ghostface cult of Stu Macher. And I think it's going to be a total of 7, including Stu. So that's 6 other people working with him. I think that they are going to go in a direction that was originally planned for him in the original Scream 3 concept. And I think the people who are going to be involved are not only going to be new people, but people we have grown accustomed to in the franchise. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Can't wait. Hopefully we get an announcement soon. I talked about it yesterday on the live stream. I think the reason why we haven't gotten an announcement yet is because they're negotiating with Nev and they want to get her locked in before they do. So we'll see. I hope so. But guys, this was a lot of fun. We did it again, Destin. We turned a 2-hour stream into a 5-hour stream. Like I said, I'm definitely going to clip this down so I can make it, separate from the Twin Peaks discussion. And we're going to be back here next Thursday for episode 2 and 3 of Twin Peaks season 1. It's definitely going to be a lot of fun. But this definitely was a lot of fun, veering off into some Halloween talk, Scream talk, and just other horror movie talk in general. That definitely was a nice little diversion after the fact. Didn't expect to go this long, but it worked out.
Yeah, I've had fun tonight. This is the most fun I've had in a couple weeks. So, yeah.
Well, that's good. I'm glad, Jamie. You know what I mean? Especially, when times are hard and stuff, we need those moments, even if it's just for a few minutes or a few hours, to get our spirits and our hopes back up. And that's what's up. I'm glad you had a great time.
Yeah.
Come back for some Conjuring Saturday night.
Yes, that is true.
Awesome. I will. I have that movie right over there, the Steelbook.
We're going to see.
Never seen it.
Get out. It's terrifying.
I told Destin I watched like 10 minutes of it and I turned the shit off because I started feeling like I was watching the same type of paranormal bullshit all over again. And it's not like I don't like paranormal movies. I love paranormal movies. It's just over the last 20-something years, we had so many of them and I kind of got tired of them. But everybody is like, you got to watch The Conjuring. It's so good. It's so good. So I'm going to give it a chance. And I'm going to be, unbiased. I'm going to be honest. If I like it, I like it. I'll tell you. You'll see it on my facial expression, and stuff. If I'm not feeling it, I'm not feeling it and stuff. But I don't know. I'm optimistic.
Like
I am. I'm optimistic that it's going to be a fun time.
It starts slow, but once it gets into it, it makes you crap your pants. And that's all
I'm
I'll
a
say.
Halloween fan, so starting slow isn't nothing new.
It's
The
I'm
Conjuring
telling
is one
you,
of the best. I'll put it out there. The Conjuring is one of the best horror movies ever made.
yeah.
It's one
Oh,
of the
wow.
best horror movies ever made.
It is so it doesn't even have a right to be that good, I don't think. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Wow.
Yeah, I really
All
like
right,
it a
well,
lot.
we gonna see what y'all talking about on Saturday night. And if Jamie, you ain't doing nothing or whatever, if you want to come on the panel, I'll send you a link.
Okay. Yeah. I can probably do that. So yeah.
Alrighty. All right, everyone. This was definitely a lot of fun. We're gonna be heading out for the night. If you end up watching the replay of this live stream, which most likely you will catch it probably later, but definitely shoot the like button. It definitely helps out with the YouTube algorithm a ton. If you do happen to be a new viewer coming across this channel, shoot the subscribe button as well as the notification bell so you get all the latest content updates to the channel. I'm your host and creator of the channel, Marcus, and I'm going to catch you guys later. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
You are now watching I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times.